Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good day, good greetings to the Impossible Challenge, the final day. We have spent 15 hours, made it to Torment 9 almost. We're currently no DLC and trying to get ourselves a few more Paragon points for damage. So things are moving in a nice direction. Our goal will be today to make it to Torment 10 and to be Torment 8 Lilith. Maybe Torment 10 Lilith in the future. We'll have to see about that. But for first, it's going to be Torment 8. Because I'm not entirely sure if Torment 10 Lilith is even possible without a DLC. I'm going to see about that. And we managed to get billions of damage without a set, which is actually crazy. So I'm really happy about that progress. Gonna work a bit on our cooldowns now and resource. Mr. White, good to see you there. Hope you're doing well. Mr. White, we started to add chat here to the stream screen. I hope you like that. Has been requested by a couple of viewers now, so we're gonna start a test today. See if this is something. Ow, 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 ow. You enjoy or not? Shiny Demon, good to see you there. Pleasure. Still gotta work on our survival because right now we've boosted damage to the moon, right? But our survival is less than stellar. So, I mean, simply due to the reason that it's more important to have damage without the DLC than it is to have survival. Because hey, I can survive by doing damage. Martin, the challenge is to get as far as possible without any expansion. No expansion. All the power, like at least 1,000% power loss because of that. And I wish I was kidding. And 1,000% is actually stapling it relatively low because you got to consider that your set can give you up to 15 ranks. Right now, my penetrating shot is level 21. But my penetrating shot should be level 14. Right? So literally double the damage from ranks gained than it has right now. That's what's missing. It's not a little. That's quite substantial. When we get this morning, right before the stream started. Did you buy again? I buy it again, Shiny Demon. I bought another Diablo 4 copy. I downloaded it on Steam instead of the Battle.net. And I literally, like, I have 400 gigabytes of Diablo on my PC right now. Test server, normal game, game on Steam, game on Battle.net, second account. is stupid. But hey, the things you do for fun content, you know? Eddie, learn a lot, keep it up. Eddie, I think this one can teach you even more. It's going to be really interesting to share this with the community. To like the whole journey. Because this one is going to lead into a video, right? That's pretty much going to over the journey of like what we did here. Steven, good morning. Thank you for that membership, Steven. Good to see you there, partner. Hope you had a splendid weekend, everyone. I'm ready for Monday. Oh god, Monday. The pain. Oh, Shiny, look at you. Instantly getting that gifted membership. Let's go. Morning, Envy. Haven't seen you in a bit. Or just missed your chat, sorry. Now I have no excuse anymore because it's on stream, right? It's like we're doing up to billions of damage. Boom, there's a billion damage hit. I'm actually very pleasant with that. Especially, as you can see, we have 2 more that we still have to activate, chat. So we still have to activate Control, and we still have to activate Devious, and then we finally have every single glyph online. That's gonna be good. I want to try and going back to the PvP zones and open the chest. We can do this in 8, Madman. So this is a very valid point of you saying... let's see. We got here 2 minutes. That's not enough. So we can go back to the PvP zone for a quick hike and actually check if now, finally, they're dropping legendaries. Because honestly, these stupid chests in the PvP zone have not been dropping. So good feedback here. This is something that you have to learn. That the PvP zone does actually have chests that you can only open when you're marked for PvP. They're called these blood marked chests. And they're here. This is the baleful chest, right? And still not. Still not. Even on Torment 8, not a legendary guaranteed. I'm a bit peeved by that. I think Torment 10 is probably going to put out a guaranteed legendary from that chest. Or they just wholesale nerfed it. But it'd be frustrating. Let's see. Another one. I mean, at least Ancestrals, I guess. So if I had the Horadric cube, I could craft with this. But as you notice, disappointing. I was expecting more. Yeah, console and like having to buy everything on console and PC again is kind of like stupid. Yeah, I mean, greater affix item. That's actually pretty amazing. I mean, again, no, like I can't do anything with this. But if I was now being able to craft, right? If I had the Horadric cube, that would be a killer find. Really old Hearthstone video from you. Sometimes I think about like doing some Hearthstone again, but it just wouldn't fit the current content strategy, right? And I'll probably have to do like a second channel for this kind of stuff, for like more card game auto battlers, that kind of thing. But I really haven't decided where I want to go with that. You know, if it's going to be a second channel for these kind of games at times or whatever. I actually like to keep all the games on one channel. More thinking about making another channel for content creation stuff, Envy. Because I kind of want to share more about that with the people. Yeah, they were OP in Season 13, man. But, you know, Season 13 is obviously vastly different to now. Because on Torment 4, yes, you could get a lot. But now we have 12 Torments, right? Cube is part of the DLC. Cube is the main reason. No, Cube is the reason to get the DLC. Not the main reason. It is the reason. Right? The reason. I wonder, John, should I, in Torment 8, start doing the Reaper more? You know what? I have to wait 3 minutes. I could actually try to kill the Reaper in Torment 8. I don't think I can kill her yet. Not because I don't have the damage, because I don't have the HP to survive. But we need to check. We need to check. See that. So this glove I crafted this morning. I random rolled this morning. Has shitty crit chance, shitty vulnerable, but I mean, it's a triple damage multiplier glovey. And it's the strongest glove I've had so far ever on this character. That's what I'm saying. I have the damage, I think, to take her down. I just gotta look out that she does not take me down. Biggest problem is still resource, as you might notice. Like, she does a lot of damage. The Torment 8, we're not ready yet for this. I'm gonna let her kill me quickly. So we can do the please kill me, lady. Jesus. The moment you actually want to die, she has a hard problem killing you. They like, we need that much more to get her down. Wait, we got this. So we got 2 more chests. That is a grand total of 8 superior lair keys. That means I can farm Torment 7 Belial now. Movement Gruppe. Look at the Movement Gruppe. Shiny. Oder ein Bewegungslegastheniker. Which means, well, I wouldn't even know how to translate that in English, to be honest. Oh, an amulet with a greater affix. This is probably the biggest damage scan we can currently get. Because my amulet I have right now, if you look at it, it has crit damage, vulnerable damage, cold damage. Sure, right? but all low. So it's like a 50%. It's like a 16 out of possible 24. It's not even masterworked, right? So there's so much more we can get from this. Like if I get one here, that's movement speed. See, and then poison damage. It's kind of useless. So I'm really trying to get something that is someday better. I mean, this has marksman skills, which would be great, and then it has shadow damage, but we don't do shadow damage, right? It's kind of sad. I mean, obviously, the biggest thing that we could get is currently ferocious. So once we have that one, shit's good. But I am not very hopeful to actually see ferocious. After playing DLC with no DLC, would you recommend it to someone who has on the fence to buy it without the DLC, Steven? No. By the way, this is way too big. Like, I wanted to have this here on the stream, but this is way too big. Like, I'm going to make it a bit smaller, and we'll see if I like this. So I'd absolutely not recommend having the game currently without DLCs. No. It's not about the power that you're missing. It's just about the quality of life, right? A companion is amazing. If you have Subo, for example, Subo will get you bonus, like he gives you map hacks so that you on the map can see where every opponent is. Very useful in the beginning to just see where opponents are, right? Especially when you're doing Helltide and you're just trying to move fast through Helltide. Then you have like the bartering that you get from your mercenaries, and the bartering will actually give you a bonus like soccer materials, give you bonus keys, gives you bonus aspects. So if you're just like missing a better weapon, better ring, better glove, right? You can easily get that. It's so simple. So that's already DLC 1. That's like just quality of life supreme. Then you get the Undercity, and the Undercity is also great because with the Undercity you have like a little mini game, I'd almost call it, where you can just guaranteed get specific upgrades with attributes, and that could be from talisman materials to runes to whatever. Like whatever you need right now, you can just put it in and then hopefully get something cool out. Also, like, again, quality of life, that's just undeniable. And let's not get started on the Horadric cube, right? You just get into the torment tiers and you're like, boom, Horadric cube, the unique I'm looking for. Boom, Horadric cube, the one item I've had in better. It's just like, you can obviously fully enjoy the game without the DLC, especially when you're just playing through the story. But as soon as you want to do anything in the end game, you require the DLC, and it's not even close. Okay, I see more and more often those billion of damage takes chat. It makes me really happy. This is the strongest we've been so far, ladies and gentlemen. At what age do kids start learning English? 3rd to 4th grade nowadays. I mean, back in the days, it was from 5th grade on. Right? From 5th grade on. But that got changed. Like 3rd to 4th grade, they usually start. So pretty much elementary school. Have you found a mythic yet? I've actually not killed the Reaper often enough to aim for a mythic. So, not sure. Like, I also haven't killed enough bosses, right? I've barely killed enough bosses to just exist and go forward. That makes sense? Because I'm obviously just, like, here trying to get as many keys as possible. To just kill Belial, because Belial allows me to target get what I'm looking for. So right now my biggest single-handed damage increase would, for example, be the Eaglehorn bow. Mine is a 120 out of 150, so I need an ancestral Eaglehorn bow, and that'd obviously be like the best thing I can get currently. Same goes kind of like for the weapon here, right? We get like a Azeroth, but the Azeroth, like we're not going to try to get it even in higher rarity because it's unnecessary. Since it's like just like my offhand weapon here that I just have literally like I have the masterworked up for more life, right? So we're just tankier. Okay, so that one is useless. It does have movement speed. It does have core skills, so that's kind of cool. But I need a full damaging one. I need better boots. So these have maximum life, movement speed, but I need them in Ancestral. Right now, I like really aim for Ancestral stuff. Like, it sounds like crazy, but that's what we essentially need. So Soul 7 Hacker character, not without expansions. By not having runes makes Soul Southbound awkward as fuck. A chest piece. I need a chest plate in Ancestral as well. Probably the next piece I aim for. Getting a chest piece in Ancestral would probably be the biggest thing I could get. Yeah. I mean, I was like, either boots or chest piece in Ancestral is going to be a big difference. So we'll have to aim for that. No DLC is good for Xbox Game Pass to demo the game. Yeah, pretty much. But it also feels shitty for Game Pass because Game Pass users are used to getting their games for free, right? And then you would actually have to buy the DLCs to enjoy the game further, right? I mean, when I get a game on Game Pass, I'd usually expect to get the full game, right? And not like 50% of the game, which you're literally getting right now. In Finland, first foreign language starts in first grade. 7-year-old, it can be English, French, German, Spanish, whatever. If child chooses some other language, then English starts at 3rd grade. Interesting. No, we start like second language, like 3rd to 4th grade, I think. And then in, after elementary school, in 6th to 7th grade, you get another language. And that can then be French, Spanish, or whatever your school pretty much offers up. Latin, right? I did Latin, for example. My wife did Spanish. I think it's like different in Germany, or it's so late in Germany because you pretty much like don't need English that early. I do believe the Dutch, they learn English relatively early because they actually require English. Since movies, for example, are not being dubbed in Dutch, right? Therefore, you gotta understand English early on. I'm stuck 125 with my Selig Whirlwind Barb after everything I can do with my gear. How do I increase damage? I couldn't tell you on the Selig Whirlwind Barb, to be honest. Because I haven't played that one. I mean, usually Selig Whirlwind Barb is more maximum resource, I guess. But I'm not entirely sure. I mean, also better greater affix is always good. Better transfigures, my friend. 125 is already respectable, but the reality is that in order to go further, there are so many loops and hoops that you need to jump through. Like, for example, when you transfigure your gear, you would like to get physical damage multipliers from the transfiguring, not just another greater affix or all stats now. We're looking to get like specific cool things. Oh, they are unstoppable. Annoying twats. Why is unstoppable annoying? Well, so I work mostly with damage against crowd controlled enemies. But if I cannot crowd control an enemy, then you guessed right that damage versus crowd control enemies doesn't really work that well anymore. Teaching second language young is smart. Oh, it's mandatory, I feel like. Because young brains sponge up shit. So you might as well just stuff that in their brains, right? Not having children learn a second language early seems like neglect. Just of the ease of, like, getting it into their mind, right? Swedish starts at some point as well as it's outside, and we have to try to learn it. Today we're learning a lot about the world again, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let's see if we can kill her, because we had a problem yesterday in Torment 8 to kill her. Why? Defense. It was mainly defense, but we just didn't have the life to withstand her offense. Because she does hurt quite a bit, and you might notice that I don't have Fortify or Barrier right now. And I can't actually get Fortify, which is a bit of a bummer. I mean, I could get Fortify, don't get me wrong, but for that, I'd either have to kick out Dark Shroud, or I would have to kick out the Forceful Arrow. But we actually do need the Forceful Arrow, still our basic skill, because sometimes we run out of resource, and then I get a, like, Forceful Arrow shoot. And I mostly don't use it. But every now and then, it's still like, you know, right here, I'm out, so I gotta, like, do a few Forceful Arrow tabs. A double greater affix item would be so cool if I could use it. Oh god, he's unstoppable. Ah! By the way, we absolutely pooped on her right now. That was pretty impressive. I'm kind of happy that went down. What if most of the gears are bricked after transfiguring? Make new gear. I mean, you should never transfigure unless you have a piece to replace. Okay? So do not transfigure your first awesome item. I mean, that's like shooting yourself in the foot, and we all know shooting yourself in the foot is not fucking smart. Okay? you need a backup item, and preferable, you need a backup item to the backup item, and then you could transfigure. Like, for example, my first item, my best item currently, I would not transfigure, or I would safe transfigure. What does safe transfigure mean? Use the Kalian tuning prism. So don't just transfigure your best item that makes your build work, right? For example, if you have a Melted Heart of Selig that has a 40% resource generation, greater affix masterworked, you're not going to transfigure that shit and pray and hope that it doesn't hit that one, because that would be like actively sabotaging yourself. Will the mailbox give us asynchronous trading? It would be great if the mailbox gave us asynchronous trading. It would definitely be an absolute monster update. I mean, that would actually be content. Well, how do I say this now? So getting asynchronous trading would actually be content, but on the other hand, it wouldn't, because it would still just be a new system to the game that wouldn't actually give us anything new, if that makes sense, right? It would be like, yay, asynchronous trading, super happy, kinda, if I'm not playing solo self-found. However, you know, it wouldn't like meaningful increase the game for people that are anyways not trading. Right? I'm not sure why we're getting the new post box, what their exact plan will be with the new mailbox. I hope they have a good idea, because just to be able for the devs to get us some bonus updates is definitely not a reason enough to give us a mailbox. I mean, let's be real here for a second. It's like, yeah, the devs can now send us mail. Woo. Like, yay. I mean, yeah, yay. Am I supposed to now freak out about that? You know? Like, cool. I never asked for that. I don't want mail from the devs. Get off my mail list, thank you. It would fall like in line with the rebirth feature. You remember we got that rebirth feature that was like, hey, you can now rebirth your character so that you keep your game time and your skins and all that kind of stuff. And like that's actually a cool new feature for the new season. The fuck no, it's not a cool new feature of the new season. No, it's not. It's a rebirth feature. That's like a random not like nonsense update that no one cares literally about. I mean, I'm not going to start playing Season 15 because I can rebirth a character, right? Not the reason why I'm going to install the game again, pretty much. What's the goal with this, Q's, we're playing without DLCs. To, well, go through the pain of playing without DLCs because it's fun to watch, but also to actually achieve the things that people only achieve with DLCs. Showing what is possible without the DLC, but also how much DLC makes it easier to kind of like, on the one hand, show you that you can still play the game without the DLC, but on the other hand, also show you how much easier you have it with the DLC, that you shouldn't be complaining if you can't get stuff done. I mean, for example, I'm currently in Torment 8 after 16 hours, and I am missing like 500% bonus damage, and I could already kill Lilith in a very grueling and harsh fight, but there are people that keep telling me that they can't kill a Torment 8 Lilith. Now I'm going to ask you, if I can kill a Torment Lilith without a DLC and you have the DLC and all the advantages, like if you then can't kill Torment Lilith, then we have a problem, sir. You know, we need to have a conversation. And not one that you'd enjoy having. Rebirth is stupid emote. Well, I don't, like, how do I say this now properly? I think it's valid to have Rebirth in the game so that the actual feature exists, right? Valid thing. However, again, it is not content to have Rebirth in the game. You know what we're gonna do? I think we're gonna start. We're gonna kick out the basic skill now because I do have enough resource regeneration, just like basically. And we could try to add Conceal. Because Conceal would do one thing on top. It would give us... Fortify. I guess it was Hearthstone. Yes, we started with Hearthstone back in the days when Hearthstone was in beta. And there was Diamond Rank. I don't know if most people actually remember that. Diamond Rank. That was the beginning of Hearthstone. Oh, and then we did pretty much that for many years into PUBG, into Dota Underlords, Dota Auto Chess, these kind of things. Dexterity, movement speed, dash. The dash is not necessary, honestly. I mean, I could just take this and then just impairment reduction into life, I guess, and then keep the 3 ranks to dash because it doesn't hurt to have. But it also doesn't really make sense because I just don't require dash. It's just useless. The only advantage is it's a greater affix item, so that's a good thing, right? So what I can do here right now is I can Paragon. Let's do this. So we can kick out the basic skill, as I said before. Now, the problem is if you kick out the basic skill, you don't get stacks of ferocity, right? You don't get bonus energy that we could get in and all that kind of stuff. But we can invest this into Conceal. And now Conceal doesn't get better cooldown when I invest more points, right? Conceal can give us energy or Resolve, which would make us tankier. We get 2 stacks of Ferocity when we go out of Concealment, which is also nice. But we could also have our Unstoppable Persist, which is good. And then we have Casting Conceal grants 4 stacks of Overpower. And after breaking Conceal, we get Crit Chance, so that's nice as well. But we could say entering Conceal fortifies you. So that would potentially be a nice way to become tankier. I'm not entirely sure about the merit of this, if it's really worth it. Why did you choose Rogue for the challenge? Good question. Simple answer. A Rogue set is not that much power. Okay? Like, sure, Rogue set is some power, right? But compared to other classes, so my Necromancer gets 500% bonus damage, for example. Right? 500% bonus damage is a lot. My Barbarian gets a lot of tankiness from this stat bonus and a lot of damage as well. The same goes for my Warlock. Warlock gets like around 600% bonus damage or so. Like each does get huge amounts of bonus damage. While the Rogue does also get some bonus damage, but it's less. It would help with the resource generation, but I can do that otherwise. Which means that Rogue is the most forgiving when it comes down to the set. And here comes the kicker. Not only the most forgiving. Remember this thing called Azure Wrath? That has enemies choke up frost damage. Taxing. So if I now go for frost damage, my Rogue will obviously have this frost damage going on. That I can use to just do billion damage explosions. Trillions if I had the damage for it, right? But I can do billion damage explosions relatively easy. Okay, I'm always fortified. This is very nice now. And that kind of offsets that I don't have a set. So we're pretty much having a set without having a set by cheesing our way through with the things that we're doing here. Why do you have the D4 icon on some skill branches? Simple, I can't choose them. This one, I can't choose, Ice Frog. Because you can only choose them if you have Vessel of Hatred. Lord of Hatred, sorry. So they're impossible for me to acquire. Okay, we had this bow yesterday. First things first, I don't think we have gotten that much stronger. Can I kill a... Let's try to kill a Torment 8 Varshan. I can kill a Torment 7 Belial, which means I should be able to kill a Torment 8 Varshan, right? Do you reach tier 12? It's impossible to reach tier 12 without the expansion. Again, the expansion gives you around 1000% bonus damage, and that is low stacking it. So look at my penetrating shot, yeah? My penetrating shot currently has a 480% damage bonus, okay? And that is over ranks. If I now would pull out skill ranks here, okay? So that is 15% damage less, 15% damage less, and so on. I could have now 20 more ranks on this. 20 more ranks over my set, which would mean with this set, I would already have 300% more damage. Then the set itself gives me more damage, which is another 410% more damage. So 710% more damage. Plus, the actual effect it gives me. So on top of just the damage stacking effect, right? So can I reach Torment 12 without the DLC? Absolutely not. I would call it completely impossible. Look at my Fortify chat. This is really cool. Because if I now take damage, my Fortify heals me. So this is finally a time where I'm actually feeling somewhat like actually able to play this. Nice. Okay, we could kill Torment 8 normal boss. That's pretty good. With 1.0 coming to PoE and 1.0 for No Rest for the Wicked and continue updates to Titan Quest 2, the end of the year will be amazing. Dude, I will be busy. Oh, Belial, finally. We have not had the chance to actually fight Belial now a single time. Still feel like I need another vector to restore resource. Because right now I got like the lucky hit chance, right? But if I manage to then not hit a lucky hit, then I'm like completely screwed. Your futile struggles only fuel my rage. Oh goodness. And I gotta use my conceal at the start of the fight because the heal is just too good. Look at that. Like, I'm just, like, because of the Fortify, I'm getting heals. I would need cooldown reduction, probably. Should we kill one more? Do one more. What was the rogue bug explode everyone was talking about? There was something with Shadow Dash that would make one Shadow Dash version create, like, some infinite damage weirdness that a lot of people were abusing to then clear pit 150. Obviously, that infinite damage weirdness was not intended and completely unintentional and, well, shouldn't have been part of the game, but you know how people are. People like to abuse stuff and then claim that they're actually, like, really good at the game. No? People like, I beat pit 150. No, sir, you did not. You indeed just used the most heinous bug possible to get infinite damage. If you call that beating pit 150, then we need to talk about your definition. Tryson, you can always ask me a PoE 2 question, but I might not be able to answer it as in-depth as you would like to. Oh my goodness, another Belial Bulbos. It's a Christmas, ladies and gentlemen. I guess my email yesterday to Blizzard where I was asking for better loot actually worked out, huh? I was like, Blizzard, I'm doing this challenge here, and it's like it's a really hard challenge, and I'm struggling. Could you just help a brother out, right? And they're like, gotcha. Ow. Is the rogue bug fixed now? Yes. Okay, we still pick up everything ancestral and obviously everything that has a legendary, because legendary new aspects, ancestral is just a potential upgrade, even though non-legendary ancestral stones have 4 stats, right? Poison resistance is not bad. Look at my currently one. The problem is if I take the one with poison resistance, I would have to roll until I have armor, right? Until I have energy per second. That does not seem good to me. Okay, I got a couple of greater layer keys, and I get a couple of superior layer keys. We're sitting at 145 Paragon points. 145 Paragon points is pretty impressive at this point. We need to get them up to 160 at least today. It's important. Okay, let's go to Torment 7, because I don't think I can kill a Torment 8 Belial right now. Kick a few Belials in the nuts. Spiritborn fixed time. I think Spiritborn is way weaker in Season 15, yeah. Just started playing D4 on PC. I have the DLCs on console, and just wondering if I maybe should just wait for the next biggest expansion to get it all on PC. Deacon, there is a version that you can buy on PC that has all the DLCs right now. So if you can still refund your base game, you should refund your base game, and then you should just play D4. Like, you should buy the version that has all the DLCs, because it does exist. Like, there was a $70 version or so on PC. Oh wow, well, why is he taking so much damage? Jesus Christ, I could do Torment 8. Wow, holy Christ. Okay, that one glove that we got has been doing work, Chad. Holy. I mean, look at this piece of glove. This would be amazing and crafted, but damn. I just destroyed that Torment 7 Belial like nothing. Okay, let me get one in Dariel, because I'm trying to maybe get a Godslayer crown in Ancestral. Just wanted to gamble here. Maybe I'm lucky. It's a Godslayer crown with Dex, Armor, Maximum Resource. Sadly, the Maximum Resource is useless because energy regeneration is just so much better. We're going to keep it for harder times. You have it free, like, I don't know. See, like, I don't think Game Pass has the bundle version. I gotta say, Game Pass is extremely predatory when it comes down to their prices. Like, just when I bought Avowed, for example, it was like $20 more expensive on Game Pass than on Steam or something like that. Cube should be available for us poor folks. As much as I want to say yes, my friend, like, on the one hand, it would be great if everyone had access to the cube. On the other hand, I've paid for the cube, and I feel like you shouldn't get it. Now, I know that, like, what the fuck, Pony? Right? Why did you hate me personally? But I paid for it, right? That's what I got because I bought the expansion. So no, sir. I don't feel like you should be getting it for free, even though that sounds like really fucking shitty. Are you going Necro Warlock as a main in Season 15? I don't have any mains, Nico, anymore. I'm a phenomenal multi-class creator. We will start with Warlock, though. 9 out of 10, unless something changes. I know the most about, like, I have built up, like, a big knowledge about Warlock, how a lot of the builds play, how to make the most out of a lot of the builds. So I feel like I can adequately portray Warlock next season. Okay, Varsh. Call me crazy, Chan, but wasn't there an update where they said that when you fight Belial, the choice will be locked in? Right? Because right now, you, after every single combat, you have to choose again what loot you want. But if I'm not completely mistaken, in just one update, they said this should be going to the point where it's just not going to reset and we just can spam click. Can you play PDR without the expansion? Yeah, you can play PDR without the expansion. I'm not entirely sure if you get everything, though, on the PDR. Okay, could I please get the bow? Jesus Christ, Varshan. Dude, I haven't seen a single bow now in many rolls. I mean, okay, there's one bow, but I just want to be offended. Let me be offended. A melee build for Rogue right now is Rain of Arrows, I would say. I just can't make Rain of Arrows without the DLC. It's impossible. Man, marksman skills still increase critical strike damage? Damn. I mean, I could kick out my standstill aspect. And I could do marks. We could do here marksman skills deal increased critical strike damage, or marksman skills deal and this bonus increased. Poison Autobomb build, I think they got rid of Arcane Extension skill. No, you have to unlock it, Trison. It's explained in the video how you unlock it. And in the first video, not in the second. But the first video... No, the second video explains how to unlock it, not the first video. You have to, like, finish the Breach quest line in the end game. And then you can get yourself the Arcane skill. I feel like Roa for bossing isn't great versus Poison Pen Shot. Well, I never said that Roa is the best for bossing. It just said the best build right now. Right? Overall, strength-wise. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, an Ancestral Bow. Penetrating shot, cold damage, life on kill. Fuck. The problem is it's 221 weapon damage out of 314. Which is a big downside, right? Because mine has 494 currently in Masterworked. The life on kill is obviously useless. 6 ranks to pen shot is good. And I could reroll the life on kill into... It's only a 132 bow. My problem is that these bows are not that much better, right? There's some better, but they're not ginormous better. See, this has an all damage multiplier, but also 132 only into 203 weapon damage. Both of these have like very low weapon damage. They're just sad per se. Is Shadow Bale for Warlock any good? You can make them work, but I wouldn't say they are any good. Right? You can make a lot of things work, but that doesn't make them good. So Shadow is definitely Warlock's weakest archetype right now. And it's not because no one has found it. Okay, let's go sell. So we're gonna blast all our keys away, chat. This is still in the PDR. No, this hasn't been on the PDR the whole time, my friend. Okay, my wife's dress is coming, ladies and gentlemen. Because in a month, we're gonna be 10 years married. And it's called a rose wedding in Germany. And have like a wedding party with our friends. Wife's been ordering dresses, or I've been ordering dresses that be sent to me. My Roa kills each phase of tier 12 map in under a second, carrying 3 people King Crowns. Yes, that Roa with Belt of Harvest Celic can be really strong. It just feels shitty once you have lost your energy. So you can get like, I've tried it out too, the Rain of Arrows with Celic. There were points where it felt like incredible, and then there were points where it just didn't feel incredible. It's just overall like a bit inconsistent. Okay, come on, everyone. Bow Ancestral, thank you. I just want to like more Bows Ancestral at the same time. And at the same time, I'm also looking for an amulet. Okay, boots with... Oh, man. I mean, they have life, movement speed, and fortified generation. Now, I don't need the fortified generation, so I should probably just reroll that into whatever. Right? And then I at least have ancestral boots. Right? It would be like, it would be the dumbest thing. Like, hey, let's reroll the actual greater affix. But listen, at least, at least we're getting an ancestor item. Okay, that one has, wow, terrible, big dud. Big dud. Okay, let's see where the delivery is. That one dress is coming from Australia. It's still in Australia. Well, I didn't pay express shipping for that. So, by the way, chat, how do you like that your chat is landing on screen? It was requested to me yesterday by Katie. She was like, hey, wouldn't that be cool to have? I was like, I don't know if people really like this, but can try. So I kind of want energy regeneration on my boots. Now, the problem is that these boots are actually pretty fucking amazing like this, right? Without energy regeneration. But I need that energy regeneration. I'm going to roll 3 more times. That's energy regeneration, yeah.
May your road be filled with wonders.
Okay, then mobility. That's 25%. As much as I want to roll for the greater affix, I should take this. And then I'm just going to... Boom. See, now they are better boots than mine before. Even though they only give me 4 energy again. But hey. We get Biting Cold on them, which is cold damage does more damage.
What still a hammer sings on your return?
How many keys do I still have left? I got 4 more keys. Okay, let's just go through the 4 keys, chat, and then we'll see that we harp on different vectors. I mean, right now, my biggest improvement would be getting a better amulet. It's not a bad amulet, but just one greater affix, right? One greater affix to crit damage would change a lot. We're pretty much working without like a single piece of greater affix gear right now. All of this is like non-greater affix. Okay, I lied. I have a greater affix that I tempered on, right? The rest is actual, like, no greater affix gear. Ancestral bow, let's go. Ring with a greater affix. Could be good. And I actually do have, no, my ring's chin. I want to say I actually do have a good ring, and then I was like, nah, you know what? My ring's actually shit. No, it's an 827. Why am I wearing an 827 ring, chat? Can someone, like, knock, is this on? Why exactly am I wearing an 827 ring that has, like, all damage, attack speed? I need one that has crit chance. Okay, we're going to start looking for a ring now. Holy moly. Okay, what does my bow say? My bow is 147 with weapon damage and higher, maximum life and penetrating shot. Now, I love the 147, right? And I could roll the lucky hit chance for resource into crit. Let's keep that one. I think I'm finally... I never knew if we needed the chat on screen because I usually make a habit of reading your actual question before answering your question. But sometimes people are like, who's he talking to? Right? If they're on YouTube or Twitch and they're not like, I don't understand who he's talking with. There is no one there, right? I don't see the conversation. So now you can actually see the conversation to a degree. A helmet, another ring. We definitely need to get a ring, chat. And the biggest problem is that my rings don't have crit chance, so they need to have crit chance. This is very important because my crit chance is sitting like at 40%. Actually, it's more. It's 40% when I have like here my things going on, right? 38. So that's important. Another ring, crit chance, lucky hit, maximum life. I mean, this one is just better than the one I have, which has like attack speed, cooldown reduction, all damage. Why did I keep that ring? What is wrong with me? Okay, 2 more. This is season 15 PDR. In season 15 PDR, you can do a lot of trillions easy. Season 15 PDR is kind of like... Warlock is insane.
See some steel you need.
Okay, if we get the ferocious aspect, that's going to change everything. Okay. Why the ferocious aspect? The ferocious aspect would be another. In total, like 40% bonus damage. I have a build guide for this one, Brandon. This is going to get a build guide at the end when we're done and have proven that the whole thing we're planning works. And the build guide will include the version with sets and without sets. So right now, obviously, this is just a non-DLC version, right? That has nothing going on. Harsh. A ring with 2 greater affixes. Why not? Only that's completely useless. Or can you not give me a bow with 2 greater affixes, chat? A bow. Right? Last key for now. The Monday for you. Yes, Tony, it is Monday for me. The week has already begun. No. Careful, no. Careful for you, little shit. Which one was difficult this season? Nah, if you're using the cube, it's fine. Don't have the cube, it's a problem. Okay, I'm disappointed by your drops. Disappointed. 9 stacks I would beat, Chad. 9 stacks. And every stack of ferocity grants you currently 7% more damage and 12.6. So 20% more damage per stack of ferocity. And we're missing 9 more stacks. Can you imagine how useful it would be to have those 9 stacks? So my question now is, do we want to invest in this bow here? In this one. Has 4 rings to penetrating shot. Right? Relaxing life, weapon damage, but it has 147. That's 27% more. I would have to roll until I have a crit damage multiplier on him, though. In order to make it worth it. Je bitte mein Schatz? Mhm. Du wolltest Essen für die Ella kneten. Du bist ja nicht allein oben, ich bin hier, Schatz. Ganz gerne. Okay. Ordnung. Try to kill him at Torminate? No, I can't kill him at Torminate. That's sadly not on the menu right now. It's a critical strike chance ring. I mean, it's just that all these rings are just shit, right? None of these rings is in any way like impressive. They're all sad loser rings. And I guess this at least a critical damage multiplier. Worst case scenario, I could use that one.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
The frozen memories on.
Impeccable.
There is power in these stones.
Put a socket in there. You know what we're going to roll for? Chest piece now. Because we're at our boots. And the next thing I'd need would be an ancestral chest piece.
Not a bad all finished, are you?
It has 4 stats. This is armor, barrier generation. Shit, could have been good. The problem is that all these chest pieces can't give me ferocious, right? While the other stuff can actually get me ferocious. And that's a bit why I'm like, yeah. Oh, that's Torment 8 in 44 minutes. Okay, we got the Beast of Ice. I want to kill the Beast of Ice in Torment 7. Do you know how annoying the Beast of Ice is? If not, it's Torment 7. So we're going to kill him in Torment 7. Before you know it, they'll be grown, dude. Like weeds. I mean, second tiny human is going to school now. We just brought her stuff to school this morning. Tomorrow she has her, like, first day of school celebration thingy. That's why tomorrow's also no stream, FYI, chat. Gotta get my daughter to school tomorrow. I have like Granny and so over. Okay, I think we could reskill our Paragon board soon to activate another glyph. Ooh, a ring in Ancestral. How absolutely useless. How absolutely useless. Isn't that disappointing, my friends? But technically, one of the better ways to get ferocious would also be just spamming lair bosses in a lower difficulty and hoping for the best, right? Oh, I know we're playing tier 7 Skull. Like, we intentionally did tier 7. Because we can't do Belial on Torment 8 yet.
It is done.
Sadly, wasn't in the cards. We're gonna get another Glint of Hope in a second. Now let's see, could we do another seasonal rank thingy for bonus? Right? This is the big question. So, seasonal rank wise, what do we have here? We could visit a jeweler, craft grand gems. Nope. Summon the great beast, defeat them, and use great lair keys in Torment 7. That would be Andariel and Duriel. Yeah, I can do that. That's 800 Opticide. That's actually pretty fucking good. I can do that. Yeah. Yeah, I can do that. Defeat Torment Harbinger. Can't do that because I don't have access. Complete Undercity. Can't do that. Close 13 or more tears and slay monsters during a single surging rupture in Torment 8. Can do that. Open 10 tortures within a single... I could do that too. Infernal Hordes. Defeat Bartuk. Not good. Defeat Astaroth in Torment 8. Fuck yeah, we're going to do that. Complete tier 65. Okay, yes. 65 we can do as well. We need to craft a unique, but I'm too poor for that. I'm too poor! Masterwork item to quality soon. Full ancestral. It's going to take a while. Complete 45 Tower. Ah, it says tower. Wait, sorry. It said tower. Oh. Well, I can do that. Oh, doorbell. Shit, beer back. Sorry, my dudes. I don't think there's been ever a decent Profane build that's wrong, Brendan. Profane Sentinel builds are plenty. Will you make a video about this topic? Yes, Summit. We'll have a video on the no DLC topic. With heavy critiques to Blizzard as well. So I have a video on this topic that kind of wraps up the interesting, fun, painful journey. And we'll end the video with heavy critique towards Blizzard. Because, to be honest, they're really not nice towards non-DLC owners. And that by a magnitude, not by a little. You can temporarily save shitty Ancestrals. I could do that. You're not wrong. But I don't even have enough Ancestrals. But I should probably keep that in mind just for the reward. Because everything is just more, right? More is just more. Okay, let's go to Torment 7, right? And then kill Endariel and Duriel. I think it's said in Torment 7 I can kill them, correct? Let me double check. Torment 7. I still feel a bit scammed by that band of trickery I get there. Just doesn't feel good to have like a mythic that's completely useless. I never knew how hard it is to get a good amulet. Like, for real. Okay. What did I say? Torment 7. Yeah. I mean, no one wants to fight a Duriel and Dariel, for example, when you can't just poop on her, right? Wait, isn't Dariel here? Dariel's right there. She's not even unlocked. He's not even unlocked. Let's fix that, shall we? Sentinel no builds you really want to use, Brennan? Have you not seen the Sentinel build we posted? The Rampage jumping 100 trillions of damage Sentinel laser beam build? It's one of the smoothest Warlock builds you can do right now. It's Hellfire Sentinel, right? It's not Profane Sentinel. If you go for the Abyss Sentinel, for example. You get a Glint of Hope cache? I know. Don't worry. I know. Glint cache just felt overrated. Sir, it gives me 3 superior keys. Now that might feel overrated for you because you don't need them anymore, but getting 3 superior keys for me at this point of the game is godsend. Because I can just go for guaranteed greater affix items. That I cannot do anywhere else. But if I need a unique and ancestral, that is my way of getting it. With Glints of Hope. Right? And if I didn't have Glints of Hope, I would not have the superior keys, and I would not have my I would have not the uniques and ancestral. Now obviously with the cube you are not in that much need. You're concerned about the current state of the game? I think the game is doing fine enough. I mean, I will admit that the whole mythic change is definitely not healthy for the game. Because right now, mythics and uniques have kind of lost part of their identity. And if everything is mythic, nothing is mythic. So this level of upgrade feels not as impactful, for example, as Chaos uniques felt, right? Because you have to understand that the only reason we needed these mythics with the bonus power is that they lowered our player power again, right? That bonus 30% power that the mythics are providing us, we wouldn't have actually needed if they just kept everything balanced. So they pretty much created a problem of unbalance, and then they gave us uniques as mythics to fix the problem, just to have another layer of equipment that is technically unnecessary. Right? So, yeah. Again, what we need, want, hope for is actual meaningful content, right? Like being able to play Echoing Hatred. Simple. I would like to play Echoing Hatred. That would be great. Casting, channeling, cutthroat skill, grants a stack of momentum. Casting, channeling, marksman skill removes a stack of momentum. For each stack of momentum you gain. Can't use that. Get a razor blade. Go back to Torment Aid.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
I forget something. I put this one on. No, actually, I put this one on, but I still have the temper. Yeah. Okay, the Infernal Horde is gone. The Infernal Horde. Helltide is gone. Let's do a 65 Artificer Tower. Should be able to do that. And generally speaking, I'm still happy with Diablo. My problem is more, I don't see the vision for the future. That's probably what I would admonish right now. Like, I don't see which direction they're heading in, right? What's their grand strategy for the next 10 updates, essentially? Like, for example, when I'm looking at Path of Exile, I can pretty much imagine next update is going to fix that, and it's going to add this kind of new content, right? Next update, so I can actually see a real roadmap when it comes down to Path of Exile and future content to come. But when I'm looking at Diablo, I'm kind of like, I know there's a DLC down the line. Correct me if I'm wrong. And that's then about it, where I could even remotely think about what they're planning to do. Because Blizzard just obviously hasn't shown the greatest innovation potential. And the biggest issue probably is that every mayor change has been gatekept behind an expansion. You know what I mean? So my issue is that they're right now probably holding back mayor changes, like the Torment tier scaling, for example. They held that back until the DLC hit as a big banger DLC selling point. But to be fair, the different Torment tiers we could have also just gotten as a season. Didn't have to be a DLC, right? And that's something I'm not sure how much they're intentionally holding back just for the sake of being able to drop another expansion, right? The same goes for the class balances, the class changes. Like the whole skill tree changes, for example. They were teased 2 years back. Right? 2 years back, the developers started promising us that they're working on something. And then like 2 years later, we finally get a DLC that has these changes, but we had to wait for them this long because of it. Can sit kind of bad with you, right? What would you rate D4 versus Path of Exile? Oh, I would never rate D4 versus Path of Exile because each operate in their own sphere, right? Diablo is a action-driven, arcadey, fun ARPG, where Path of Exile is a more slower paced, at least in the beginning, meaningful, different kind of ARPG. And they both speak like to some overlapping parts of the community, but mostly different parts of the community. Leaderboards, we're not in, chat. When do we get more once human? Maybe with a console release. Depends on how much Mortal Shell I'm doing. Okay, see, now we can get this from the tower, which is cool. Plus, we can get this, and that from the tower as well. Look at the amount of loot I just got from the tower. And this is going to be, contains gear and runes. Obviously just gear. Then this one contains temporary materials. And also double graded affix, which is actually kind of good. Then we got here, random archetype, random archetype, random archetype. Actually some real good stuff. Right, just for doing a tower. Now, obviously, is there anything good here? This is life on kill and poison damage, so completely useless. This is a cold damage multiplier, which would technically be good if my other one didn't have triple multipliers, right? So it's useless. We got attack speed, useless. We get a helmet, also useless. We get a weapon that is not bad if I would reroll the weapon damage into crit damage, but this one has crit damage, cold damage, life on hit, and maximum life, so technically useless, but I'm going to keep it for now. Oh, this is Shrouded Gift that we can't use because we're not getting enough concealment, right? Because this says whenever you gain stealth, you also gain concealment, gain 25% increased damage reduction, which sounds actually good, right? While stealth's in for 8 seconds after breaking it, but since this has like a 16-second cooldown, I can't really like make good use of it. Okay, so we break everything. Still no ferocious, right? But debilitating toxins was actually upgraded.
More evil. How may I help you?
It's Debbie, downer. Okay, after doing that tower, let's do a pit 65. I do believe we could now easily jump into Torment 9, but let's see how quick the pit 65 goes, because we did that yesterday and it went quite well. I just need to see how my changes weigh down to then decide if it's already time for me to do the 70. Because obviously I could then exist in Torment 9, right? Which would be good for Nightmare Dungeons. Because in Nightmare Dungeons, when you're Torment 9 and you do, for example, Gold Reserve, Obol Reserve, Gem Reserve, or something like that, you do get more money. Therefore, it is actually worth it to do that. Now, it seems like I could easily go into Torment 9. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Curse this place. I'm being followed.
I don't have the... No. I don't have the dash stealth node. It's not available, King. I wish I had King. Why you break up that wound? So the dash stealth node is sadly DLC material. That's where you notice that you literally can't play a pair of pans because it's DLC material. Crazy, isn't it? And you notice these limitations. I mean, the same as me having to play Shrouded Gift here. This is the only way how I have proper resource generation. If I don't use Shrouded Gift, then I'm not having it. And usually I would use it over a rune. Okay, this is more than secure. I mean, seriously, absolute demonic. Okay, Torment 9, ladies and gentlemen. Nice. I mean, we're still not ready to take on Lilith in Torment 8 because Lilith is an absolute demon. Tough crowd. Tough crowd. I mean, it's Monday. It's okay. Like, a bit slow on the uptake. It's fine. Like, you gotta work on that, though. Oh, we'll get there. Where are you, my friend? Da-da-da-da! See, like, I always make sure, like, when I can kill the Guardian meaningful, then I'm, like, ready for the next. Good. Lilith is one of the worst part of this game, Meligurst. First and foremost, great name, Meligurst. Thank you for the 40k reminder. Let's kill Blood Maiden in 8, and then we jump into Torment. Shit. We kill Blood Maiden, we do Realm Walker, then we jump into Torment 9. Up. So Lilith is an enemy that you only fight when you're so broken that you just fuck her up. That's when you fight Lilith. Not before, not after. But I know that a lot of people actually do struggle with her because they exactly don't do that, right? They go to Lilith too early when they're not ready to fuck her completely up. Because they would like to, for example, advance their seasonal rank quicker. And you know what? That's totally legit. You kind of want to go through this seasonal rank quick. You don't want to wait. And then you're like in Torment 8 and you're like, I gotta fight Lilith now. Nah, I fight Lilith when I'm completely ready to fuck her up, to like completely skip her phase, to not have to actually fight her second phase. Because her second phase is absolute trash. You gotta understand, back in the days as a necromancer without a single movement skill trying to fight Lilith. Oh goodness, that was an experience and a half. I killed Lilith with Necro in hardcore when it was hard. Yep. And honestly, that's an achievement, sir. That, like, you can say that. It's like saying I fought Radon in Elden Ring before he got nerfed. Because you know what? That's a fucking achievement. And you can be proud of that. I mean, no one will care. It's like, okay, grandma, take your pills now, right? We don't need to hear about your war stories. But still, you can be proud of that. Like, no one will care, but, you know, I care. Honestly, getting that Fortify has been a game changer. And where you actually had to like learn her wave patterns and everything. And you could kill Lilith like super fast, but then you still had to go through her phases, right? This is like a time you might not remember, but you could kill Lilith ultra fast, like ultra fast. But after you killed her ultra fast, you still had to go through her phases because Blizzard was like, you know what would be fun if you kill a boss, but instead of him dying, he's just still going through the motions of the oceans because, you know, that's what matters, the motion of the ocean. Oh, by the way, and there was obviously like no reward for killing Lilith, right? It was just for the shits and giggles of it. For the thrill of killing her. Oh goodness. That damage over time, death effects. Okay, I'd have to open 3 torture gift chests, but I'm just going to open 1. Whispers done. Do I want to open the 250 chest? You know what? I shouldn't just open the 250 chest. I should just open the ring one. Here, let's go for... I can't even see one with the rings. Okay, let's kill him. Thank you, my friend. Teleport to the lower one. You were not there for the dark times? Ah, the dark times. Tinfoil predictions for BlizzCon. I have seen so many predictions that are so absolutely ridiculous. Ranging from maybe Blizzard is finally going to take care of PvP to some other shit. I mean, let's be fair. It's going to be step 1 that announcement. Hey, we have switched to Diablo. Congratulations. And you're supposed to like cheer. You're supposed to be excited about switch to Diablo. Fucking like Jesus Christ. Woo!
It is done.
Most certainly announce the next DLC. I mean, I would be surprised if they're not like announcing what's to come. At least like, you know, Diablo's returning, Bala's returning, something like that. I think that those are like safe bets to make, right? They're not crazy call outs. More like, yeah, kind of to be expected, at least something in that direction.
Magic is nigh
We got shade skill improved.
How may I help you?
D5 is the only way to save it. I don't think that D5 will be announced anytime soon. It would be, I mean, they might say like in the next 5 years D5, but would that really make sense to announce right now? They promised us like, the problem is they promised something big for season 15. Now under big, I understand something like, here's a new class to play. Auction house, even though it wouldn't be changing the gameplay. A new endgame mechanic. So like honestly for me, big would have to be actual content. Because if it's just auction house, disappointment. If it's a new class, nice, but still disappointed. So the only big I would accept at this point is an actual new piece of content. That's the only big I would accept at this point. Because that's what Diablo players have been asking for since forever. I mean, legitimately, the only pieces of new content we've gotten over the years is the Undercity, which is a farm content and not even endgame content. We have gotten the Infernal Hordes, which was endgame content for a while. And then we got Echoing Hatred, right? But Echoing Hatred, no one can access. So we, like, over all these years, the one thing that's still missing that Blizzard is kind of still forgetting to add is actual new content. Right? If they make D5, you'd be pissed about the amount of money you spend. See, this is one problem, definitely. If they now announce D5, it's too early. Because why would I ever buy another Diablo 4 skin when they're all going to be gone when I play Diablo 5? It's a very crucial point they have to hit timing-wise without being like... Dark Citadel, I mean, Dark Citadel was sold as like an amazing piece of content, and it was obviously the biggest dud in existence, which we also told them. But that's beyond the point. They do that with Call of Duty as well. Well, you shouldn't underestimate Call of Duty players that keep playing the old Call of Duties, because there's still people that play Call of Duties from 10 years ago. Because they literally can't let go. I guess that's the best way of saying it. And I'm not saying occasionally, I'm saying daily. Right? People that daily. They could rework old content and make it awesome. I mean, I just need an actual content piece for the end game. Because the tower is not content. That is not like, the tower is just like a big measure stick for your EP. But it's not interesting to play. The Echoing Hatred could have been a cool piece of content if they did a little bit more with that. If they thought it a bit further. Right? I do believe... Ja, bitte, Schatz. Was willst du denn vor der Haustür machen? Mama ist noch 2 Stunden, bis sie zurückkommt. Schatz. Du kannst gerne unten in den Garten gehen. Aber bitte nicht vor die Türe. Okay? Und dann gehst du bitte... Der ist tot. Den hab ich tot gemacht. Dann gehst du bitte aber hier unten raus. Aria. Okay? Kannst auch gucken, wie warm der Pool ist. The school for tiny human, my second born, she is going to school tomorrow. So firstborn is already in school, but she has to still have her first day of school where she gets like put into school, meets her teacher, all that kind of stuff, right? Brought her stuff to school today already, but it's that. Going back to actual piece of new content, right? So Infernal Hordes had the right of it. I think the base of Infernal Hordes is great, but what I would wish for Infernal Hordes if it was more like a bullet heaven, right? So the problem with Infernal Hordes is that it's like waves. But after the waves, it stops, and then it doesn't continue. What I would have wished for Infernal Hordes is if it was like a bullet heaven game. You know what a bullet heaven game is? Like Vampire Survivors, these kind of games. Hellforge, like all these games where you slay like hordes of monsters, and then you level up and you choose an upgrade, and then you keep slaying, and then you level up and choose an upgrade, and it gets harder and difficult, and the monster and then more monsters and like bosses after wave 5, and you choose when you ended, right? Or you keep going, right? That kind of stuff. And that would be cool if Infernal Hordes were like that way, because it gives us like an infinite replayability thing in its own economy where you would just keep going and going and going. And the fun part is that Diablo Immortal had a mode like that. Diablo Immortal had a bullet heaven mode, and it was the most fun I've ever had with like any Diablo game ever. Stupid, but amazing. School in August, why? It's normal, my friend. Depending on when your summer vacation started. In Germany, you only get 6 weeks of vacation. Oh god, it's him. I just noticed it's him. He's one of the worst offenders of bosses, right? The problem is like maneuvering around his stupid shit that he does. God, he's such a pain. Okay, we got the last one also to legendary, chat. So now finally all of them are legendary. Cool. But we still have to activate 2. So yeah, an actual new piece of content is really what I would expect from BlizzCon. And if it's anything but that, it's just gonna be boo. Dann musst du sie retten mit der... Vor einer lebenden Motte mit dem Kescher. Und dann musst du sie ertrinken lassen. So, let's do the most important thing now, chat. We're going to reset this whole thing because I have 174 points. With 174 points, I should be able to activate everything. We got... Hunter. Step 1. Then we got, let's see. We get Cheap Shot. Now, can I enter this smarter? I think I still have to enter from the bottom. Bob, 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 Bob. Then we can put control in. Control needs intelligence. Wait a second. for now. Gonna see. Then we got Leiranas. This one is going to be difficult because you literally have to move through this, but at the same time reach back here. But also activate everything else. Right? How are you going to do that in a meaningful way? I mean, this boosts magic nodes, so... I'm gonna reset that. Wait. So sehr... Hast du sehr gut gemacht, mein Schatz. Da hast du recht. Okay, now we need to get just dexterity. So I can do this. I mean, optimally, I would go like over here, Bob, and like to just activate the most magic notes, right, you get on the way. So just you actually get these. The problem is, I don't know if I have the points to do that. Because again, this is like the hard part. So for example, now we have exploit weakness. And the best way to go through exploit weakness is actually here. So you would start, and we're going to put in the Eclipse that boosts our shade skills for intelligence. So you'd have to like go over the intelligence nodes right here. Schläft bestimmt. And then we get 30 points left. And I don't think I can activate the last one. Shit. Yeah. So I can go for Eldritch Bounty. And technically it would have to go now for this, right? But I can't do that. So I have to... I have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. At least we 16 points left. But when you think about it, it's alone like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So it wouldn't be even going towards the glyph, right? So now with this here in Tau, I could at least activate more damaging shenanigans, right? I could make sure to, for example, get these 3 because that would be like huge damage bonuses to core skills and everything. Okay, shut. And we could get some attack speed, which we don't actually need because we should have max attack speed. That one's intelligence based, so we could take the damages here. I mean, realistically, we should probably make our way to, you know, instead of this one, we should try to pick up the max life. It's like somewhat the max damage I can feasibly take, I guess. You know, if I go over this one, then I get the damage, and then I can put, yeah. Do you think Leirana's instincts would work for penetrating shot? I mean, I use it for pen shot, but I don't use when inner sight gauge becomes full. I don't need the dodge chance. I just need core skills gain 60% increased damage. Right? That's why we're using it. Just for guaranteed damage increase. Okay, let's go into Torment 9. Sehr gut. Stockades. Let's try Torment 9. Survive the base game. Do you recommend playing? You can, with the base game, have quite some fun. It is more of a hardcore Diablo experience because you're missing a lot of the quality of lives and shortcuts to gear, which makes it essentially harder. If that's though what you want, right, then actually the base game isn't even the worst decision. Now, yes, you're missing out on set bonuses, which are quite fun. And you're missing also out on your mercenary and all that kind of stuff. But end of the day, it turns the game more of a challenge, right? I mean, this hard, Diablo hasn't been in a while. This much of a struggle I haven't had in a while. Also, your damage numbers are staying relatively normal because right now my absolute damage outlier that I've seen was 15 billion damage. So that was the absolute outlier I've so far have had, right? Oh, the butcher in torment. The butcher. Get him, boys. Oh, God, no. He's resisting police brutality. You know what the good thing about the butcher was right now? This was an Opticide dungeon, so he gave me like 500 Opticide. Okay, let's get more Opticide now. Usually the chest would give you like 99 Opticide, but since we're doing this in Torment 9 now, they're actually giving like a slight increase in Opticide. So like alone going one Torment tier higher is so much worth it for like a gold increase. We're going to do a gold reserve dungeon in a second too, because I need to beef up my gold a little bit. We're only at 100 million, which is essentially nothing, and I need a little bit more. And then we'll just go a tad further. Also, we're getting more reputation. This is something like often underestimated, but since we kind of rely on the chess pieces, aka the Glints of Hope, to get myself keys, right? I can now get even more cool keys for cool things. And then hopefully get a new bow, finally. And we're definitely getting now a new power increase. So I wonder if I could now kill a Torment 8 Belial. That's something we definitely have to try out. And we're currently sitting at 149 Paragon points. So if I'm sitting at 170 Paragon points, we literally need 20 more. Then I could activate my final glyph. Okay, chat? If we get 20 more, it is enough for my final glyph. And then we finally have all 5 glyphs activated. And you know how I could reach that even easier? With a DLC. Because right now I'm missing out 12 or 14 points. Ja, bitte, mein Mädchen. Mhm. Mhm. Ach, sehr gut, mein Schatz. Wie klopft je Augen? My daughter rescued a moth from the pool. She was still alive, and she's trying to nurture it now. Are you still getting summer hot weather? Today's going to be 31. Tomorrow's going to be 33, 34, 35. And then it's slowly teetering down again. But the whole week is like 30 plus, which is very hot for Germany. Very, very hot. Very hot. Okay, Torment 9 Obel gambling. What are we gambling for now, chat? Okay, what would you like to see? The problem is I need to gamble a chess piece, but at the same time, I need to gamble swords because I need to get the ferocious aspect. Which means, what am I going to do now? Ladies and gentlemen.
Use it well. Yeah. Have a
So I need a chess piece that is ancestral, that I can get the greater affix to life tempered. Right? Hast du gut gemacht. Darf ich jetzt ein bisschen bearbeiten? Und du spielst ein bisschen draußen? Der verkauft mir Sachen.
Fertig.
Ja. So. Haben wir dir. Ja. Chest armor.
Hello. Well, hello, shiny. Well, there's something special.
Somehow doubt we'll get one.
See some steel you need. What's still got some good in it?
Okay. You know what? We could gamble rings, technically. The problem is that rings could come in very different, many colors and variations that might not necessarily be offensive aspects, which is actually the problem, right? But I also need a ring that had at least something good going on. Good chance.
Better than starting from nothing.
Not a single interesting one. Crit chance, max life, critical damage multiplier resistance, vulnerable, bunch of sadness. Nothing what you need. Okay, we wanted to do a gold reserve to see how much damage that's, how much gold that's going to be. That. It shows my daughter's age. My daughter is 5, half to 6. Yeah, she's gonna be 6 in 2 months. 2 months. And she wants to travel to a salt mine where you can watch bats on her birthday. Which I think is a wonderful trip. Okay, let's see, that's 3 million. That was like 1.5 to 2 million in Tormenade. That's a big increase in money. Mr. Kaka, good to see you there. Good morning, Victor, also. Howdy. Okay, I'm really happy that we can exist in Torment 9 now. You know what? This is like our biggest W today. And if we can get like our crit chance up to 40%, I'm going to be happy. I'm also very happy with our survival. So in case you missed it, we kicked out our basic skill. Sehr gut, mein Chef. Okay, where's the goddamn next? It's down here. It's always down there. I do hate Light's Refuge for the reason that I can never read this dungeon. Not sure if any one of you has a better time, but no. Game is better for building. I mean, if you're looking for build diversity and making different builds and generally discovering new cool things to do, Path of Exile 2 is the superior game. There's no questions asked. Now, the thing is that in Diablo, making builds is just easier and faster. So if you're looking for, you know, quick fun build making, Diablo wins. Especially because you can farm every item in Diablo. And in Path of Exile, you have to, well, mostly buy the items that for specific builds from the market. And if you don't have the currency to do that, you're screwed. And you simply can't make specific builds in Path of Exile because they're too expensive and you might never have the currency to actually make them. So for that, Diablo then again is vastly better. So it's not that simple. Right? I mean, there's some items that will cost you hundreds, if not thousands of divines. And if you don't have specific items, you might not be able to make specific builds. Okay, these Torment 9 bosses felt like they were made out of noodle paper. Wet noodles. Surprisingly simple. Not gonna lie. Just get pooped on. Okay. Crit damage multiplier, shadow damage. Oh godness. Why is everything just useless? It really puts into perspective how useful the goddamn Horadric cube is, right?
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Wo willst du mit der Fährte umfahren? Ja, da kannst du mit der Fährte umfahren. Klar, schieb das dahin. Mach dir Platz. Okay, Pit 75, Chan. Maybe we can do a Torment 10 already. Oh, man, I'll keep that. A 13 billion damage, ladies and gentlemen. There you've seen it. These high damage numbers you don't see on lower opponents because they die before. And that's like the trick with this whole build. Due to our Azeroth, we pretty much don't mind if enemies get sturdier because our Azeroth will take care of that bonus sturdiness by exploding enemies into like these ginormous cold explosions. That's why I was like never scared of like climbing deeper into the Torment tiers, as that's what our Azeroth is going to take care for us. Works really good. Do you think if I'm new to D4, I can make my own build 2 tier 12? 2 tier 10, 100%. 2 tier 12. That has nothing to do with can you make your own build. It's you have to understand the game. So the thing is not the build making. It's also the itemization. Okay. Could you make a build that can reach Torment 12? Absolutely, from a skill combination perspective, right? You figure out, hey, I want to play Blazing Scream. I want to play Hell Fracture. And then you kind of put the pieces together. The issue will be the itemization. You might just lack the crucial knowledge that you actually need to look for all the multipliers, right? So you are just like, hey, I'm using a skill that can crit, so I'm going to scale crit damage because that makes sense, right? But then you completely forget that vulnerable damage is a thing. And that vulnerable damage multiplier multiplies the crit damage, and that crit damage in itself just is additive to each other, and that you need all damage on top with the core stat to get the most out of your damage. And if you ignore that, you're actually never going to do most damage. And that is like more a knowledge thing that you have to have and less than a build making thing. So it's like meta knowledge, I would call it that way, right? Once you have that though, you're good to go, right? Meta knowledge for the win. So yeah, considering that, you're good to go. Okay, we almost killed this one here without dying, but then we died because we died. Okay, I need my shades. Goodness, that poison that's touching me, instant death. There's rumors that Diablo will reveal a third-person Diablo roguelite game. I mean, there's rumors that at BlizzCon, Mike Ibarra will run naked over the stage while yelling, I don't know, freedom for Isengard. You know, they're rumors for a reason, because that's what they are. I'll believe it when I see it, essentially. Also, freedom for Isengard, anyways. Screw Saruman. There's like nothing confirmed. There's nothing, even the slightest hint at what could be, Steven. You know what I mean? There's like, people are excited. I've seen a couple of videos of people making wild speculations. I mean, I have seen wild speculations that are absolutely baseless. It's like, where do you even take the audacity from to like tell something like this to your community? Speculations levels, you know what I mean? It's like, sure, I mean, like, there's rumors that we're gonna get a World of Warcraft Souls-like game. You know what I mean? People are literally like, I have seen 10 prediction video from someone and he was pulling shit out of his ass. Right? There's a Diablo TCG coming. It's like, no! How does a vulnerable all damage and critical damage multiply? So you have to imagine that you want to build a box. And you want to make the box as big as possible. And vulnerable damage is how high the box is. Crit damage is how wide the box is. And lastly, you have all damage is how deep the box is. Right? And in order to make the box as big as possible, you would need to improve every single parameter. Because otherwise, you're going to have a very long box or a very tall box, but it's not going to be very wide or very deep. Ergo, the space inside the box is going to be minimal and not maximal. And this is the best way how I can explain to you how the things multiply with each other. Bigger box for bigger booms. But I'm honestly also not interested what they're announcing at BlizzCon, because the only thing that really matters to me is the immediate, right? So I don't care if there's a new Diablo third-person game coming in 2 or 3 years, right? I don't care if like in next year there's something new coming. What I care about is what's happening with Season 15, right? What are we getting there? Because all the other stuff is just future music that might or might not be as good as it then might or might not be when it then finally actually does release. But until it actually does release, it's nothing, right? It's just a nothing burger. Until it's actually out. And then I'm going to care. I mean, the same for Diablo 5, right? Yes, sure, Diablo 5 will come. And I am plenty excited that Diablo 5 will come. But until Diablo 5 is actually there, it's a big fat nothing burger. Oh, goodness, why are you doing so much damage? Like, for real, Round Walker. I mean, sure, I have 27,000 life only, but... I mean, come on, brother, man. Cut me some slack. Goodness, these Round Walkers here, they're going to do their thing again. Ooh. Might need more poison resistance. The problem is I don't have the luxury to do that. I don't have the luxury to get more resistance. I mean, what you see is what you get here right now. The defense will always be skewed when it comes down to non-DLC characters, because I lack the tools to meaningful work on that stuff, right? I cannot, like, right now, I would actually be super defensive with the first DLC. Because what would I have, chat? What would I have to be super defensive? I would have, the Quay rune. Right? But since I don't have the Quay rune, I am lacking the level of defense that I would just need to survive all of this here. With an ease, to be honest. Goodness, these fields of craziness. Okay, finally got it down. I'm gonna revive that dude because I'm like that. You know, it's gonna be nice if Blizzard announces some cool projects for the future, because it's just gonna show that Blizzard still has it in that regard. But despite announcing new projects for the future, what does that help us right now for our right now gaming enjoyment, right? It's gonna be like, yay, but what about But what about now? You know, what about my fun right in this moment? Grab the Glints of Hope. I think I got 2 more. Nice. Overwatch 3 is now a 4v4 instead of Overwatch 2, 5v5, and Overwatch 6v6. Yeah. I mean, what is Overwatch even doing? Is Overwatch still there? I feel like Marvel Rivals just blew it out of the water. I don't know, okay? I'm asking. Ladies and gentlemen, we just got a ring with 3 greater affixes. This has the potential to be the most amazing thing we have ever gotten in this whole playthrough. Hot damn. It's not even bad. It's not even bad. We can definitely use that. Need that. Okay, my current one has crit damage, resource cost reduction. So if I now take that lucky hit chance and we re-roll that lucky hit chance into critical strike damage multiplier, then I have attack speed, crit chance, critical strike damage multiplier, and dexterity. The thing is, I don't need attack speed. Attack speed is actually the most useless stat for this build because I will have ferocity to get me all the attack speed I need. The problem is that I just don't have a choice here because my actual items I have are just weaker, right? And I still don't have ferocity actually. So we might end up finishing this whole challenge here without ever getting ferocity. Temper. Nice, greater affix, and then we can actually masterwork this, right? Critical strike chance. Look at me. Now we're suddenly sitting at 43.5, 50% plus with my thingies active. That's pretty nice. This one is giving us 6.5 shade damage. I should probably for some more defense, right? So our defense is the dumpster here. It's like for not even 70%. I think them throwing D3 uniques has to be a hint into what else is adding in season 15. Yeah, but what would that mean? What would they add from D3 otherwise? Right? Should we do a pit 80? Chat, come on. Pit 80? What's the worst that happens? That we're doing it? I didn't change the aspect, did I? Or to change the aspect? Almost missing out on 90% bonus damage. Frozen. You know what? We might have to just masterwork this amulet and just don't give a flying fuck because it's just a damage booster. Okay, let's try to go for Torment 10 in terms of the cube. The thingy here. So this would be like one thing on the agenda. So we haven't killed Torment 8 Lilith yet, but if I can reach Torment 10 already, that would actually be pretty impressive. $16 billion, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, possible cube aspects and old bosses. I mean, old bosses would be cool, but like just more bosses wouldn't make new content, right? That's what I said. Like, just adding new bosses is not any way like new interesting content. What we currently need is an actual endgame activity. And as well as we need something that adds a new war plan. Because Blizzard's biggest dud with the newest season was not doing anything with the war plan, right? Because war plans are supposed to be the most interesting thing that influences everything in the game. So, and I feel like seasons should always do something with a war plan as well. With the war plans, right? Either introduce new war plans and alterations to the war plans. Otherwise, why did you even introduce the war plan feature when you're not doing anything with it? Oh, these are unstoppable. I don't even want to fight them. Like, literally no reason to bother. Unstoppable elites, let's skip. Okay, why does it feel like that we're doing this one here even faster than the old one? Chat. I mean, that's a 2-minute clear. As if the enemy density of this one was just particularly high. Or did my new ring with a new crit chance really make that much of a difference? Getting a 10% crit chance increase. That can't be the big difference, can it? I mean, 10% crit chance is a lot, right? What would be a proper option for endgame in D4? Honestly, Cartanas, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't feasibly tell you what I would personally put into Diablo to add a real endgame option. Because I don't know. Again, I would have personally wished, for example, for the Infernal Hordes to be more of a bullet heaven that grows, right? Where instead of stopping, you kind of like continuously continue and then like have like these screens that pop up and let you choose upgrades for the waves or for yourself to make yourself stronger or the waves different. Anything in that kind of direction would have been cool, I reckon. It would be nice if we had some kind of boss rush event, right? I would find that also a really cool piece of content where you actively like kill multiple bosses in a row and then also have like multipliers, like more roguelite features I would like to see. So I think roguelite features are generally fun for every game. Might just be me. I mean, I would also like to see like easier access to Echoing Hatred, right? More bosses like Uber Mephisto, because I'm going to be honest, I like Uber Mephisto. I like his addition to the game. I think it is like really cool that we have him. And I was really sad when actually Vessel of Hatred released, and Vessel of Hatred didn't actually give us a Uber boss. It gave us the Harbinger of Hatred, right? But the Harbinger of Hatred was an Uber boss. So I kind of like that we have Uber bosses, and I do think they offer a cool, meaningful challenge. The problem is just putting more Uber bosses in is also not it, because you would kind of like have a scaling to them. So like you can kill Mephisto, what's after Mephisto, right? So you have this in Path of Exile a bit. So in Path of Exile, you have to like kill the Matriarch Hall, the Patriarch Hall. Then you can fight the Arbiter of Ash. Then you can fight the Arbiter of Divinity, right? And in their story version, and then in their Uber version. Plus, then you also have like the Raven and all these other like kind of pinnacle bosses to kind of fight down. That's kind of cool. Aria? Alles gut? Is there a way to get Echoing Hatred? No, Echoing Hatred is completely random. You might or might not get it, and you might actually never see it. So even after 250 Paragon points, you might get to the point where you just literally have never seen an Echoing Hatred. Uber Mephisto needs to get better rewards. Spot on. It needs to be worth your time. If I kill Uber Mephisto, I want to feel Uber Mephisto, right? I want to feel Uber Mephisto. Why am I not feeling him, Chan? Let's do another Gold Reserve here. Because I want to see, like, this is Torment 10 now, ladies and gentlemen. We officially made it. Oh, my wife sent me a picture. What is happening here? Oh. Okay. Okay, why is Torment 10 so easy, Chan? Why is Torment 10 so easy? No DLC, Torment 10. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. People have been asking for it. Here we go. You know, like, let's be fair. People have actually been asking for, can you do Torment Pit 100 without the DLC? And I mean, we could do 90. So right now, from my strength level, I think I could do 90. And if I get a really, really good bow, maybe 100. But that really comes down to if we get actually blessed by our friend Belial here. What I think is we can now do Torment 8 Belial. So that's what we have to try out, because Torment 8 Belial would be even better rewards. So how many obols does this give now? How much gold? 4 million gold per chest. That's insane. I mean, in Torment 12, it's 12 million gold per chest, right? So just for you to know how much more it is. But you know what? This is moving places. You can corner the non-DLC build market. There is no non-DLC build market, sir. We're not... Okay, so we're not doing this to make a build. Okay? This whole challenge was never intended to give you an actual build video. I mean, we will have a build video down the line. Don't get me wrong. But it's more like as an entertainment piece on what is possible, what is not possible. A critique to Blizzard as well, because I'll be honest that like how much power is hidden behind the DLC and how much you can't get, it's kind of like, eh. Ja, bitte, danke für deine Geduld, dass du gewartet hast. Also, du hast jetzt 1 Stunde geschafft, das heißt, in der nächsten Stunde kommt Mama schon. Noch 1 Stunde, ja, du hast 1 Stunde schon geschafft. Ja, du kannst, genau, such mal den Wecker, den brauchen wir für morgen für deine Schwester, damit sie auch rechtzeitig fertig wird. Sehr gut, Schatz, danke. I like a system to get targeted loot. For example, Division 2 has an interesting daily system to get most powerful gear at high difficulty by its target, so you either get the gloves or the... I mean, we have good systems for targeted loot in Diablo. I like Diablo's looting system in itself, so the actual way how you get gear in Diablo is one of my favorite systems of like being able to do the bosses using the Horadric cube, that kind of stuff, like buttering, obol gambling, all these kind of things. Like this, like Diablo does actually have my favorite get the gear system. Now the issue is that we have nothing to use the gear system. So we got the gear. We gotta get the gear. But we now have to get a system to use the gear. And then we're happy. I reckon. That's how I'm looking right now at it. Right? We get the system to get it, but we have nothing to do with it. Okay, obviously there's a lot of power vectors still left for this character, and that's what I meant with like good gear. So if I would now get a gloves with a greater affix to crit damage, an amulet with a greater affix to crit damage, a ring with a greater affix to, like, right, these, if I get these thingies, then I believe actually Torment, like, I could beat Pit 100 without the DLC. I could get into Torment 12. I just couldn't do anything in Torment 12, right? I could just get into it. Okay, this is my first Torment 10 lair boss. Let's see how much damage we do to him. He's frozen. Yeah, definitely more of a challenge than on Torment 9. Not a question. I mean, on Torment 9, that thing just fell over. Right now I actually have to fight it. But look at the amount of Ancestrals that we're actually seeing suddenly. This is the most amount of Ancestrals I've seen in a short amount of time. Oh, look at that. Max life, all damage multiplier, crit damage multiplier, and we could reroll the weapon damage, which kind of brings it almost on point with the other one. This one has also crit damage, cold damage, and then life on hit plus maximum life. Not bad, but this is like 26. This only has 15. It has a low roll to the crit damage multiplier.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Okay. What we need to do now in Torment 10, I think the most sense making is the Realm Walker, because I expect people to be at the Realm Walker, right? But at the same time, I want to do an Obol reserve. Obol reserve. Because Obolds are obviously, if I get a lot of Obolds now, that'd be the thing, right? Then we can just gamble until I have that stupid ferocious aspect. It's the number one thing that's currently missing. That would mean another 180% bonus power. It's just like the one non-negotiable thing that I need for this build right now. How many obols do I have? 700. See, there's another greater affix items. I told you. I mean, obviously, greater affix items that are not legendaries are completely useless for me. I've just been min-maxing your tower leaderboards and it gets boring. Yes, it gets boring. And there's only that much tower you can do. The problem is that the tower leaderboard doesn't change with the level of gameplay that you put in. So, like, at pit 100, it's the same gameplay as it is at later pits. It's always the same. But Outlaw, how are you doing? I am plenty well, thanks for asking. Oh, 34 billion, the highest we've seen so far, chat. Damn. Almost 100 billion damage without a DLC. Kind of impressive, not gonna lie. Aren't daggers only stat stick for Rook? Aren't you better off with damage multipliers instead? Yes, daggers are only stat stick. That's why we reroll the weapon damage. Okay, this one had barely any chests. Like my Azeroth is once again not triggering against the bosses correctly. It doesn't give me that big, like, I just froze the enemy super damage. Alright, probably have to put Azeroth in the first slot instead of the second slot to make it work. No, you don't. It's just, like, bugged. Cooldown, maximum life, again, nothing. But I'm happy we're seeing more Ancestral items, but I'm not happy that it's not more Ancestral items. Okay, let's go for the Realm Walker in Torment 10. I expect other people to help me. I mean, farming tower has never been interesting. Like, if I'm honest with you, like, farming tower has never been interesting from day one on. The Gauntlet was... How do I say this now? The Gauntlet was at least somewhat intriguing because the Gauntlet was forcing you to apply specific strategies to get the most out of it. Whilst farming the tower has literally always just been the same, morph, the same, morph, the same, morph, the same, right? It's hard to avoid weapon damage. You gotta fill the other slots first, Batman. That's the trick. Or hardlock your other offensive stat. There are ways. Okay, Torment 10 players, ladies and gentlemen. 200 Paragon points, 200 Paragon points. These are the real gamers. These are people that have, like, killer equipment. They have all the mythics. They have, like, all the kind of stuff here. inspect Valorant. Look at this guy here, Sanctus. And then we inspect Kranen. Look at him, Melted Heart of Selic, Grandfather, super banger, explicit here, going for his Gatlin's Birthright, Malefic Crescents. Oh, he's playing the, yeah. You see, these dudes, they're just going to blast through everything. Time played 45 hours. Vian here, time played 50 hours. And this dude here, time played 33 hours. I mean, hot damn, chat, we got the gamers here. And little old me, who's doing shit. So what we really need is like the ferocious aspect. Again, ferocious is an offensive aspect. That means we have to roll weapons, because weapons can only have offensive aspects. I need to now roll weapons. I need to get as many obols as possible and then just keep rolling them until I have it. It's sad because I want to roll amulets. I want to roll chest pieces. I want to roll other stuff, but I cannot afford to do that. Hast du nicht gefunden? 10 Minuten später, also noch 50 Minuten. 50 Minuten ist 50 mal bis 60 zählen. Nein. Ich muss arbeiten und du musst. Hast du denn die Uhr gefunden? Dann such mal weiter. Okay, ich möchte, dass du, komm mal her. Ich möchte, dass du mein Bild malst. Für die Mama. Weil sie sich so viel Mühe für deinen Schulanfang gegeben hat. Ich möchte aber, dass du ihr noch ein schönes Bild malst. Dann möchte ich später mit unterschreiben. Okay? Danke. Viel Erfolg. Au. Invisible Dude is hitting me. Weil ich gehauen werde. Im Spiel. Yeah, let's see how well that is working. I mean, technically, we just really jumped over Torment 9, but if I get that ferocious aspect, we'll get another... like 100% more damage. So pretty much the damage we do right now times 2, which would put us into the hundreds of billions potentially. How many keys do you have for me, brother, man? God, I need to lucky hit. Just 2. Okay, 2 is good. Two's fine. We can work with 2. Weapon chests and hell tides. That's true. We could try to do this one here. What was it? There was the one that said open 10 chests and 1 hell tide. We could probably do that. Okay, gambling swords. I mean, I can gamble swords, and then worst case scenario, I can also get a ferocious, please. That one has crit damage multiplier resource, and you could technically reroll the weapon damage into something else. This one is not bad. Ferocious? All damage multiplier, damage over time multiplier would be good if we were playing a different build. This is crit damage, cold damage, maximum life. See, that's crit damage, cold damage, maximum life. This is actually pretty good because 22 crit damage multiplier, cold damage multiplier. Better than the one I have currently. And if I get a life on hit on this one, it's actually going to be stronger because it says life on kill. But if I do life on hit, that one is actually like a banger weapon here. But that was all my obolds, right? And not a single ferocious aspect. So that's... oh, Torment 10. Torment 10 should have a lot of people around too, right? I mean, how many people do you know that actually play Torment 10 over Torment 11 or 12, Chan? There should be plenty, shouldn't there? God, can't kill that one without freezing it. Literally, can only kill frozen things. Things that can't be frozen, cannot kill them. Okay, there was one that said close 15 turns and kill at least 300 enemies in a world event thingy. What, 13? Was it 13 or 15? Certainly not going to be easy. Especially without dying. Because we're just mossing elites here. And they just refuse to die, right? This shielded dude here was my bane. I was shielding the other guy from a certain death. I regret nothing. I would do it exactly like that again. Well, we're just trying to hard push so I can reach the 300. Oh, glittering prism dude. That specific one has to die. Like, we have the damage to exist in Torment 10, but we don't necessarily have the HP to exist in Torment 10. Like the existing ongoing issue, right? I mean, main thing is we need our weapon with life, because right now our weapon doesn't have life, right? I need those pants. Our Eaglehorn bow here, see, he has like no life, and that is 4,400 life missing, plus the life multipliers that you're getting. So that would easily get us up to... I'm gonna have to wait for my shade to be cooled down. Then do this. Because if I can do cooldown, cooldown damage, and things are looking different. Okay, we did here 20 tiers, something. Need to kill a few cultists. Still need to close one more. Still need to hope for someone actually summoning the lady for me, because as we have just seen, I can't do the lady alone. I don't think we would have the damage for that. If you tempered max life where you can, I have tempered max life where we can, but we haven't put the masterwork on the max life, nor have we masterworked our chest piece, nor is the temper greater affix on every item. So there are still vectors that we can work on. The problem is just resources. I can't just keep rolling for those greater affix masterworks because I just simply don't have the resources to do that. Why didn't you farm a lower and open in tier Torment 10? Could do. But we also want that Torment 10 XP because we need another 20 Paragon points. And also, where's the fun in that? If If we can already do Torment 10, we should do Torment 10. I mean, that being said, I'm going to go down to Torment 8 to actually kill Belial. There's no way I'm going to do a Torment 10 Belial. Might as well just shoot myself in the face. Der hat aber einen coolen Mund. Aber mit dem musst du noch bunt ausmalen. Okay. Ja, später. Dankeschön. In 40 Minuten. Das ist 40 mal bis 60 zählen. Weniger, ja. Oh, we can test if the chests have items in them now. What do you get? Gold? Gold reserve Nightmare Dungeons, yes. I've been getting that most of the time now. So we're gonna go into PvP. Mark for blood. Oh, I think the chests are still the chests are probably still depleted. Need to do the other PvP zone. So in the PvP zone, there are these blood marked chests, and Torment 10, they should potentially have some loot finally. Right? I got, how many keys, Chad? I got 10 superior layer keys. Okay, we're gonna get a new weapon. That's at least gonna be like a 30% damage increase. And then after getting a new weapon, I mean, like, we're just gonna do everything now to get the ferocious aspect, because I think if we get the ferocious aspect, Torment 8 Lilith is down. Okay? I don't think there's a question to ask about that, right? We get the ferocious, Torment 8 Lilith is down. We could also keep farming like pit 80s to at least get all my glyphs up to 81. And we obviously need to go to 117 70 Paragon points. So we need 18 Paragon points more. And all of that should be possible in the next 2 hours, hopefully. I mean, dub the same. We also get Obolts, right? The number one thing you need to do is Nightmare Dungeons. It's pretty old school to actually harp Nightmare Dungeons like that, but it is what it is. If no other thing works, then you need to live in the Nightmare Dungeons. So where's the blood marked chest? One is always up here. Oh, it's not here. Maybe someone else just farmed them. Oh god, no. No, I didn't think about the fact that someone else could have been here and he could have farmed them before me. Because these blood marked chests, they're not singular, they're global. Gilded Baron, chat, Gilded Baron. No, he didn't drop gold? That looked like a Gilded Baron goblin who's supposedly dropping much gold. There's one. Okay, I mean, nothing apart from ancestral items. Not really exciting. It'd be so cool to have Artifice as well, to like shadow step around, but we sadly don't have that. So, it's a Whisper and Torment 10. I'm expecting a full level now. Nothing short of. And then honestly, after this, we'll just do, like, probably Nightmare Dungeon after Nightmare Dungeon.
It is done.
Black Guards. Sure, why not? Oh, Barding of the Sightless Eye. Chat, look at me. My brand new account has gotten 2 different Bardings already. And I've got 1 new horse. 1 new horse, 2 different Bardings, and also a, like, couple of things here. Remains of the Reaper. But I also got the Visage of Veraziel. What we got here? Physical resistance? Nah. Big dud.
I forge more. I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Equipped. Oh, that is better yet. We masterwork the helmet. We masterwork the helmet. We need an ancestral. Okay, we're gonna do another pit 80, then to upgrade our glyphs more. Let's be fair, pit 80 just went so well. I was really surprised about that. And then we're just going to be pushing Nightmare Dungeons. Until we have that aspect. The problem is, I could now do another 10 hours of Nightmare Dungeons, right? And never get that aspect. Because we're missing, like, all the vectors to make it easier. AKA, we don't have, like, our mercenaries. We don't have the, we don't have the bottering. Bottering would usually help, like, a lot, right? Quaza, thank you for your subscription and support. Quaza Blazer, the first 2 subs today. Appreciate it, lads. Thank you for supporting us. Also, chat, if you did bring your Prime Gaming subscription, don't forget to use it right here. Dankeschön. On a positive note, only 10 more days for Mortal Shell, guys. I'm going to start like 2 or 3 days before release to actually play the demo a lot, because we have the demo available. And I want to, like, pretty much become decent at the game already before release, that we then on release don't have to go through the early pains, right? But also can obviously get you, like, the perfect start into the game. Onward, good to see you there. I'm just surprised at how fast this is going. I mean, considering that with the ferocious aspect, like over 100% more damage, like we should be able to do this in 2 minutes, right? If even faster. Also, with the ferocious aspect, we should poop on Mommy Lilith. Hopefully. How are we surviving? Well, we're literally getting fortify from our concealment. And that's the only thing that's keeping us alive. So like fortify up, bonus seal, fortify up, bonus seal, fortify up, bonus seal, fortify up, bonus seal, and so on. Comrade Fox, thank you for the Prime subscription. Thank you all for being here. And hopefully enjoying the Diablo. This week, we're also going to have a fighting game coming. Yes, Chad? I got reached out by Marvel Fighting Game, Marvel Token, I think it's called. We're going to have some stream in that regard. And we're going to do some Titan Quest 2 as well. Just so you have like the weekly plan ahead of you. Ow. Schatz? Schatz, ich möchte, dass du dir jetzt den Wecker suchst, damit wir den stellen können. Der ist wahrscheinlich in Ellas Zimmer in den Schubladen. Hast du da geguckt? Ja, wirklich? Mach was. Okay, sorry. You guys, a particular nasty one. I win. After all this time, we claim victory. Okay, 1, 2. It's all like 61, right? And then boop, boop. Actually, these should be leveled with 75ers. Yeah, I can actually level them with 75ers. That would even be quicker. And then with 80s, right? Did you sign up for the alpha for Cinder City, or isn't it your genre? It is not my genre, but I'm also not really super interested. Also, it's alpha, Tyler, so I mean, like, I enjoy myself the occasional early access game, right? But at some point, I want to play like actual games, like full games, and not just the early access into the early access into the next early access into more early access into have you heard about early access yet? Like, just let me play games, okay? I mean, I don't want much. I just want to play games, full games. Like, I want to play a game that's released and that has all the content in it. Am I asking for too much? Is it really that impossible to just get me a game? Correct? But you play Diablo? I mean, Diablo is a live service game that I play because it is a live service game, sir. Talking more about newly released games. And when's the last time we've actually played a game this year? I mean, the last time I really played like a game that had everything was like Wu Chang. We had Beast of Reincarnation, but that was obviously pretty short-lived. Crimson Desert, exactly. But Crimson Desert got so many updates that were so worth it, right? I mean, playing Crimson Desert right now would actually be like playing a complete different game, surprisingly or unsurprisingly. Like, I don't know if you've like recently played Crimson Desert, but it's not unrecognizable, but it's definitely there is so many meaningful quality of life changes and everything. It feels like a whole new game. Okay, we can kill him on Tormenade. Which is good to see. But it takes. I mean, this is also where I would need my 100% bonus damage, right? Marshawn. Question is rather if the bonus effort of killing him on Tormenade is even worth it. Because we didn't get that many meaningful more weapons or any drops, right? From it. I stopped Crimson Desert after 150 hours. I took a break, but didn't bother to boot back up. Well, that's the danger that you take with so content-dense games, that at some point a certain fatigue will set in on people, right? And that they're not even going to finish the game after all, because they got kind of like got fed up, as you say, with it. And that's what I have with like the Assassin's Creed games, because they were not content dense, but they were just so vast that at some point you're just like, yep, this is just not enough fun gameplay loop to have me meaningful come back. Okay, Varshan. A bow with 2 greater affixes, chat. Oh god, this is it. We're in the danger zone. Danger zone. Okay, let's see. Penetrating shot, dexterity. Damn. 950%. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. The problem is that I have to roll away my critical damage multiplier, but I guess that's going to be worth it. Now let's see if we actually do more damage, because that's the interesting part, right? We get this bow and it's 30% more because it is actually a good bow. But is it meaningful increasing the damage? Still no ferocious aspect. Frostbitten and better though. Temper crit chance. Now I would like to temper until I have the crit chance as a greater affix. The problem is it's always 50 Forgotten Souls per attempt, and I don't have the Forgotten Souls to throw away for that. Okay, do I want to go for the max life? Probably not, right? So I'm going to actually have to take 10 million here in my hand to not go for the max life. 12 ranks to penetrating shot. Okay. That's something. That should be a huge increase. So let's see how much faster this is now in comparison. We get the meaningful increase. I mean, the crazy part is that the aspect was max rolled. There was really the crazy part there. I would say it's faster, but I guess the easiest way to gauge this is going to be doing a... Okay, we need a Scoundrel's Kiss in a better roll, technically. That would also be something we can do. So now we're going to go for... Butcher. Call of the Nameless. I'm still not sure what I should feel about that. Fist of the Iron Rose are also not worth it. That one is not better than what I have. Ice Age. Thank you so much for the 2 years of subscriptions. Very kind of you, Ice Age.
See some steel you need? What still got? I'll keep
Okay, Aspect of Reanimation. We said we need to test a pit. Let's do a 75 here because we need to level up the other things, right? So I should do like a 75 now in less than 2 minutes. Enemy killing shouldn't hold me back in this one. The only thing that holds me back is pretty much not having more cooldown on my thingies. I can dash more often. I mean, damage-wise, nothing should stop me, right? Okay, this is nasty, ladies and gentlemen. Nasty. The thing is, despite this being nasty, right? Despite getting a good, meaningful upgrade there, we still don't have that Lilith in our bag yet. Or you'd say, like, with this bow, we should probably be... No, still not. Still not ready for that Torminate Lilith. I could I probably do a pit 90? Yeah. Pit 100? No. But pit 90 I should probably be able to do. So where is my boss here? Oh, I don't think I'm gonna also upgrade my glyphs much further than 61, right? Because 61 is now possible because we're doing pit 18. But like if I do pit 90, I can obviously get them to 72, right? In order to get them to 80 my glyphs, I'd at least have to do pit 100, or I'm not even gonna bother. There he is. Freeze that little mother trucker here. Oh goodness, I stood a little bit too close to the sun. And I get burned. $40 billion damage. Whee! Okay, uno, dos, tres, cuatro. We're still only at 153. Shaboing boink. So we gotta improve that. Oh, you know what we can do? Torment Aid Reaper should be possible. If I can kill a Torment Aid Belial, I can kill a Torment Aid Reaper. And that is actually important because what happens when we kill a Torment Aid Reaper? Seasonal rank. I mean, we're sitting now at 35,000 life because we actually have life on our Eagle Horn bow. I told you that life will make a difference, right? So we get life here, we get life there. So now we're vastly more tanky, especially with also all the fortify that we get going on. She's so annoying because when she doesn't stand still, you can't just blast away at her. So you need to wait like for her to actually stand still. So I can meaningfully restore my resource. Ladies and gentlemen, Torminate Reaper down. Okay, what do I get? I mean, Torminate Reaper gave me a bunch of legendaries here now, so that nothing critical. Oh shit! I don't want to summon her. Mistakes were made. Oh god, no! Send the troops, chat. Definitely send the troops. We didn't mean it, Mr. Reaper lady. It was just a prank. Okay, we got her again, I guess. Ring, ancestral, dagger, boots. We need to pick up all the... Good. The rest does nothing for us. Okay? Rest is useless. What are we expecting now, Chan? What are we expecting? Okay, so we got a Scoundrel's Kiss with 14.7%. Damn. Damn. It's nice. It's a 900 one as well. I mean, it doesn't have the high critical strike damage multiplier, and I would have to reroll the resource cost reduction into something. Could keep the attack speed. I mean, it's not the yellow from the act, but it'll do the trick, I guess. Sometimes you just gotta eye in the dark. I was hoping I got a T-Bald's Will here, because T-Bald's Will would actually be super good. Lockrins is useless for us. Okay. Not a single ferocious aspect as well, Chad. Not a single ferocious aspect. Playing without expansion isn't a challenge, it makes it easier. I highly disagree, sir. Okay, we need... Crit chance or vulnerable. Yeah, losing the 6.5 crit chance is annoying. But I guess it's fine in the grand scheme of things.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Masterwork that thingy. Critical strike damage multiplier. Could be worse. And then we're going to... Nice. Wait, the master. That's really good. Okay, now what do we need? I set ferocious aspect, right? Let's check first on the jeweler. If she got for me a emerald, 2 more, because look at this. I can actually get 2 more emeralds here. Right? I have no runes, so I can actually stuff this full of emeralds now. I don't have to care about it, right? I'll just use more emeralds and that's it. Let's go back to Torment 10 then. We're gonna just slam Obel Reserve after Obel Reserve now. I don't have like a choice. It would be better if I had a Nightmare Dungeon escalation that was an Obel Reserve. The problem is I cannot guarantee that. Right? So we would have to try to get a Nightmare Dungeon escalation. And then we would have to hope that it turns out to be Noble Reserve on the 3rd dungeon. And then I could obviously infinity reset that. But a problem is I don't even have a Nightmare Dungeon escalation sigil. And the only way I get a Nightmare Dungeon escalation sigil is by doing Horadric strong rooms and praying for the best. Right? And the problem is, even if I get a Nightmare Dungeon escalation sigil from the Horadric strong room, it would have to be on the 3rd dungeon in Obel Reserve, which is less than guaranteed. So overall, probably not happening. Well, that dude is unstoppable. Then he can stay unstoppable. No one wants to play with you. Didn't they fix the infinite reset? I think they fixed the infinite reset on the PDR, but not on live. Correct me if I'm wrong. Might be wrong. It's not like this is not giving us plenty of bolts. Last time your Tesla wasn't working, it might have been because you were in the same region as the dungeon. So there's a few things that stops it from working. Like if for example your nightmare dungeon is in the same region as the one that you're trying to reset, if you're teleporting to the wrong spot, there were like 3 or 4 things that could actually break it. I've had it happen to myself live on stream. But we were just checking if it still works, and then I had like an issue, and then I had to change the dungeon I teleport to. Escalation farm is not possible anymore, Grifty. Ah, damn. The sadness of that. I mean, that being said, the Nightmare Escalation farm is still possible, just not as efficient as. Right? Let's not pretend that the Nightmare Dungeon Escalation Farm wasn't profitable before the bug. It was very profitable even before. So the Escalation Farm in itself still works, just without the addendum of the bugged resetting. Wonder how many Obolt she's going to give on final kill. Oh, damn. She just died to the big explosion, chat. That is good. 500 Obolts. So in total, 2,500 Obolts for one run. That's totally fine. Let's go gambling in Tormented until we get... So let's double check if I am right about what I said before, because I said that Obol Gamble tool. So there's the Obol Gamble tool on Diablo Live, and I want the ferocious aspect. And the best item to gamble the ferocious on is for rogue, a one-handed weapon. And it only has a 0.29% chance. Interesting. If I was actually gambling this on Druid, the chance would be higher.
Hello? Not a bad pull, that. Shame that. Go one more?
Use it well.
I mean, at the end of the day, these are all just materials too. So it is what it is.
Well, there's something special.
Oh, I'll never get there. Ach, ich sehe deine kleinen Füßchen. Mhm. Darfst du. So. Next, Obol Reserve, Horadric, Strong Room, Equipment Delve, Ruby, Topaz, Material, Ruptures, Delve, Splendor, Gem, Dungeon, Strong Room, Gold, Splendor, Dungeon, Blast Wave, Material, Ruptures. I don't want to do more Ruptures, so we can destroy them all. You can also actually destroy all these keys for a lot of sigil powder. Super worth it, by the way. Amethyst, Splendor, Material, Splendor, Strong Room, Dungeon, Strong Room. Forgotten Wisdom. We should probably get the Forgotten Wisdom cooking here.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
Another 10. Lethal, Skull, Material, Ruptures, Dungeon, Lethal, Strong Room, Obol, Wisdom. So what we're going to do is we're going to do Wisdom first. So we get a bit more XP boosting because we, again, need like another 16 Paragon points. So we should like try to get those to begin with, right? And then we could probably just write down the rest and like we're gonna get a kill today, chat. We're gonna get Lilith killed today. I hope you're all excited, looking forward to this. I believe. But again, I believe that I need the ferocious aspect. Problem is, we're solo self-found, so I can't even ask the community to just give me a ferocious aspect. It would also defeat the whole purpose of this, right? Kind of, this what we're currently experiencing here also kind of highlights the points why dungeon giving you the base affixes was so important, right? Anyone agree, disagree that we should get dungeons back that allow you to farm the base version of affixes? Like that was so useful for the game. If you know the attack patterns of Lilith, it should be doable. The problem is not the attack patterns. The problem is that I have 0 defense. I mean, my defense here right now is my offense, right? I have some life. I have some damage reduction aspects. Don't get me wrong. But I need to invest, like, I don't have the resistance or the armor to actually do anything. Nor do I have barrier, and barrier is actually super important. But I cannot get any barrier because my barrier would usually be the Kui rune, and I don't have the Kui rune, right? And a second level of defense would be Mr. Rahir, who's providing you with bonus resistance to all elements. Also amazing. And if I could get Tybalt's Will, which is a pair of pens, I could fix all my resource problems in an instant. But I don't have Tybalt's Will, which is actually a problem, and therefore I cannot fix my resource problems. But if I could then fix my resource problems, I could also invest in more defensive stats on my gear. There it is, what I've been looking for. The well of experience, Chan. With this one in town, we should be able to get like the last 16 Paragon points in the next hour. Oh, they're unstoppable. Jesus Christ. Why? Why you always unstoppable? "19 forgotten souls in a dungeon, chat?" Damn. I'm actually genuinely surprised that forgotten souls are holding up so nicely. What was my crit say? What does my crit say? 40%. And we're getting another like 5% crit chance if we dash through an enemy. So that's good. That brings us to 42. How is it to be a dad, Crazity? Stressful, fun, interesting, everything at the same time. It's a great experience. 10 out of 10 would recommend. At least once, maybe twice. 3 times I'm unsure if I would recommend that. Maybe stop there being a horny motherfucker. Okay. Literally. But 1-2 times. Thumbs up. It's not for everyone though. Also, right? Having a family is definitely not something that is always good for everyone. Some people wouldn't be able to handle it nicely. Okay, we got one other dude, and it's Mr. Antian. Yeah, he's gonna be able to handle this for us, John. Emblem of Stahlbreak. I've never seen anyone play that. But I guess like he has the greater affixes, right? He has the mythics, the Ring of Red Furor. Yeah. I'm just gonna semi AFK chilling my Millie, right? I'm just gonna have him handle it for me. I mean, not that I couldn't do it myself, but actually, yeah, I probably couldn't. Like, I mean, I would probably be able to kill the Realm Walker in Torment 10, but I think it wouldn't be easy. My biggest problem is definitely when other people are around, I'm just doing less damage, right? I mean, I do less damage. I'm just less surviving with other people around. Oh, that's a Necromancer. Igno. Azeroth. Damn. People still play Necromancer? A rare sight indeed. Yes, farm my glints of hopes for me, monkeys. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, chat. Just taking advantage of the barbarians. Yeah, I could certainly not kill it this quick myself. You notice how much damage I take, despite like we do actually have like a damage reduction aspect, and we have a damage reduction aspect, so we are working on that. We are working on being super defending. I mean, optimally, I would also have a damage reduction aspect on my helmet, but I kind of need the Godslayer crown. Yeah, that soul goblin doesn't want to die. Okay, he just pulled me like through the whole map for the shits and giggles. Don't like that. And this is why we need the ferocious aspect. Learbow scheme. I could probably kill a tier 9 normal lair boss. Considering where could I farm legendaries the easiest? If I kill like a tier 8 normal lair boss over and over again, maybe. You know what? I've had enough. We're gonna upgrade our amulet. I didn't want to masterwork it because I didn't want to waste the money, but I have enough obols at the point, right? And I can at least make it so that we have like the crit damage multiplier, this one all up. So it is a damage booster that I should engage in. So it makes no sense to not do that. Okay, we have 6 keys. With 6 keys, I could try to either get the perfect Scoundrel's Kiss, but I have a good one. I could try to get a better Azeroth, but we have a good one, right? So ideally, I would roll until I have a better Godslayer crown, but not really. I mean, we need to spam bosses pretty much for more. Did we not have an obol? We had an obol, right? Yeah, Vault of the Forsaken. I started playing Diablo like a month ago, and first one was Necro. My max on him hit 125 or 120, which is pretty respectable already. And then you play Barbarian and kind of ask yourself, why did you even try? Correct? Why did you even try with the Necro? What's life? I mean, don't get me wrong, playing a class that is not Barb teaches you just way more about the game. It's very important because, like, if you play Barb, you are easily OP, right? And you don't even have to understand how to scale your power for real because the Barb just scales from just existing, right? So you can be, like, actually really shit at playing Diablo, but you could do really well with the Barbarian regardless. Problem is, if you then play another class which doesn't gain power that equally and actually has to understand how the game basically works, then you're gonna struggle. That's why I always recommend, like, sometimes playing the weaker classes to just understand and learn more things about Diablo. 'Cause it just won't hurt. I've gotten so many damage over time greater affixes. Not a single critical strike damage greater affix. We've probably just played the poison version of this build. There's, by the way, a poison version of penetrating shot too, but I just decided that we would be better off playing the frost explosion version. And this one had a lot of chests, I thought, and then I didn't actually get many obols. Can be automatically spammed? I mean, yeah, with a controller, you can just wiggle your character in the right direction and then just pop off some. Oh, these are unstoppable again. Let's ignore them. It's almost like unstoppable shouldn't be a thing when we have, like, so many builds that rely on crowd control effects, right? By having an unstoppable opponent, you just lose like 80% of your damage. Feels weird. Also, something that we are missing that would make us stronger with the set, because the set often has this lucky hit chance to freeze, right? 2%. And if you actually have all these lucky hit chances then on your set items, right? Each of these would be another instance of freeze or another instance of CC in that case when it hits. Right? Kiki, too much time left till next season. Well, the game will never have enough content to carry you from season to season. That would just simply never, ever happen. And to say with the own words of Diablo, like, you might get things done and then you just take a break until the next season, right? I mean, the ARPGs know that they don't carry enough content to have you, like, consistently always busy. And I think that's okay. Got him. A ring with a greater affix to maximum life. Wow, that's so sad. I only played one season, not really used the cube for anything other than mythic. Is rerolling items on cube with only 1 GA worth it? Original, you can make perfect items in the cube. Okay? For example, I could take this crossbow that has a damage over time multiplier. I could remove the resource cost reduction, the energy on kill. I could add another weapon damage, then maximum life and preferable dexterity as a high roll. And that's super easy with the cube, and boom chakalaka, I have a very good weapon. Same goes then for every other item. Like, you have this one that has imbuement skills. I remove resource cost reduction, healing received. I'll add armor, and then potentially dexterity or even resistance to all elements. Done. And ferocious aspect. Ferocious.
All finished, are you?
Well, that's 3 new aspects or 3 maxed aspects, Chan. Marksman skills, and come on, the last one is please ferocious. We got Deadeye, Frostbitten. I mean, at least we get Frostbitten, I guess. I'm gonna be. No, sorry, which one was Frostbitten again? Frostbitten was. Bitten. This one, it was the deal increased critical strike, yeah. We got Frozen Memories. Did Frozen Memories get stronger? Nah, Frozen Memories is still terrible. I'd get an upgrade by now. I thought we get Biting also up. Bitter is... and 17.5 is still... 80. This season I got around pit 125 and kept Mephisto on tier 12, which was enough for me, and my playtime died down quite a bit. I mean, and that's completely fine. I mean, you pretty much did everything that you want to do with one character, right? You want to reach a certain pit level. You want to kill Torment 12 Mephisto and preferable Torment 12 Lilith as well. And once you have that done, you have reached the pinnacle of what is possible right now achievement-wise. I mean, you could also say like, hey, why not Echoing Hatred and as high as possible in Echoing Hatred? But then again, we're not getting enough Echoing Hatred invites to play around with that, right? But I personally also like my characters, they killed Torment 12 Mephisto, and then I'm mostly like just done with that character, right? As soon as I can kill that, and as soon as I've reached a certain level of pit, then my character is usually, yep, we can put this now away. Because pushing deeper in the pit is not going to be more fun, right? It's not going to be more interesting. And you can only kill Torment 12 Mephisto harder. How do you know which builds are worth to keep weapon damage or put it off? I mean, you can literally look at the skill and your damage, how much your damage rises or doesn't rise with weapon damage on it. Damage over time builds usually do better without weapon damage. But that's not a per se. It really comes down to the different skills. Generally speaking, you keep weapon damage. However, why are we not keeping it on our offhand? We're not keeping it on our offhand because weapon damage doesn't work on offhands, right? Is Mephisto still giving 0 loot? I mean, he's not useless. He has a chance to give you mythical seals. He has a chance to give you mythics. The problem is the chance is worth crap shit. I mean, you're using a mythic item to get to Diablo. Why is Diablo not giving you mythical rewards? I mean, you need a mythic thingy that is very rare to get to actually fight him. Then he's also hard, but you get shit for it. Why is that a thing? Mephisto, not Diablo, yeah. You know what I'm talking about. It's alright. Maids. I need to grab something from the upstairs. Is that Diablo? I mean, Diablo is going to need 2 more expansions before we get him. I mean, first we need to get Bale now. I have Mephisto. Then we get Bale. And the world is healing. Did you see the bonus damage booster he just took there? That was so good. Okay. 95, 61, 95, 61. Look at that. 61. Bang, bangarang. Okay, how many points would I need now to get this? Again, as I said, it's 3, 6, 9, 12, 14. DPS meter in the target dummy area. Wouldn't that be great, Nivi? Wouldn't that be great? Sadly, I doubt that we'll ever get a DPS meter for no reason. Because I'm pretty sure Blizzard has a DPS meter in their game. Okay, Torment 10 again. Lady of the Helltide. Okay, I'll be quickly right back. And we'll get those Torment 10 Ladies of the Helltide. We'll try to get, like, I don't know, Torment 9. Kill some lair bosses. Maybe here we can go through the 14 keys on someone to get more legendaries. You're back. Well, the only thing that's worth it with Mephisto, it's a check. The test. How well are you doing? How well are things going for you? Right? Which boss should I now kill? Preferable. Just for loot. First things we gotta do is hold on. First thing we're gonna do is we're gonna make a new loot filter. Simple. Add a rule. Hide. Hide magic items. Because I really don't want to see magic items anymore. I guess Gregoire is one of the faster ones to kill, right? Are we going for Torment 9 to kill this? I could probably kill on Torment 10. Faster. We just want to kill him like quick in a row to get the items, to get the legendaries, not even the uniques. Get more materials. I said I can kill a Torment 9 lair boss, right? And I can. I should probably do it in Torment 8 because it's just faster. So strike that. We can kill a Torment 9 lair boss. But it is not worth it from a timing perspective. I'm already gonna hear I'm gonna pull it through, right? Oh, I killed myself. Butcher drops most per kill, yes, but I only have 2 greater lair keys in crons. So we can only kill Butcher like 2 times. It's not really worth it. Right? For 2 times when I'm not even waking up. Mm-hmm. Boom. Exploded. Exploded. Okay, we're sitting at 42 crit chance. That's what I meant with like quicker, just finishing. Okay, the way your arena is set up, you're actually not resetting my shots as much as I would like to see. Briguard, the Galvanic Saint. Probably better off fighting Lord Zur, I'd say. But if I would have to choose, like, right, Gregar's not really bouncing as good. Go back to Vershawn. Because there was bouncing better there. The only downfall of Soul Sapphire is the lack of golden keys. No, gold you can get easy. I really didn't have like a single problem in Soul Sapphire, I would say. I mean, it's also like a self-chosen thing, right? It's not like anyone forced you to play Soul Sapphire, right? No one put a gun to your head and was like, solo Sapphire right now. It's like you choose that suffering. This is a suffering by choice and not by anything other metric. Yeah, solo self-suffering, exactly. I mean, it's the same in Path of Exile. Like, you literally just choose to make your own journey more complicated. But that's also the fun of it, personally, for me. Yeah, sure, I choose to make my own journey more complicated. I know I did this to myself, but I also wanted to do it to myself. Like, I was looking for this level of suffering. I mean, at least it's not hardcore levels of suffering, right? Okay, come on, give me more lucky a chance. The bragging rights. Well, for me, it's a lot about the leaderboard, right? Because I don't care about anyone that's not in the solo self on leaderboard. I mean, I'm not saying you didn't put in any efforts, but I just don't respect your efforts. I'm sorry. Needle Flare Trappers title. We got title, but we don't have ferocious, right? Now we have titles, so we can get our overpower stacks higher. But we still don't have ferocious. And the crazy part is I would even take it at the lowest roll. Torment 9. Then again, who really cares about the leaderboard, right? Apart from the crazy leaderboard grinders that lift shit and breeze inside the leaderboard. Always so relaxing to go down like a torment tier and then notice how everything is dying even quicker than before. Especially when you're not maxed yet. Another glint of hope, ladies and gentlemen. I wonder how many Pandemonium fragments do I have already? Because you're still getting Pandemonium fragments despite not being able to use them. They don't show, right? Looking at certifications in the top 10 Soul Tower, dude, some of these people have like absolute ridiculous outcomes. I mean, some of the players in the solo self-owned leaderboards also have ridiculous outcomes, but you at least know that they're legit, right? Thing is that on live server, you pretty much, like on trading server, on non-solo self-owned, you pretty much just buy yourself 20 items that have the perfect greater affixes. Then you transfigure them all right off the rip and hope that you hit a transfigure that is still modifiable afterwards. And then you go on doing that. Now, you can technically do the same also on the live server with the difference that, like on the solo self-owned server, with the difference that instead of buying 20 items that have like the perfect grid affixes, you need to find them first. Which means on Soul Self-Owned, you at least need the grit and perseverance to get it done, instead of the big fat wallet to get it done. Okay, we got her. Ladies and gentlemen, we got her. Good upgrade. Let's close 2 tiers. Yeah, people out there buying 6 dashless boots to run through time. Exactly. It's like, there was a really fun video from Rob where he was talking about how you get like the perfect mythic, and then he was taking like his 40 grandfathers with his 50 billion gold, and he was like transfiguring all these grandfathers, and then like trying to hit that transfigure that the item is still modifiable afterwards. And it was like, look, this is how simple it is. And I'm like, wow. Must be nice to not play solo self-found. I wouldn't even have the gold to make 50 grandfathers. Or we can be happy. We're sitting at 183 million. Should I try to make an iconic? Because if I make an iconic, I get like at least here one more thing done, right? But I think the rewards are worth it, which is the hard problem. Right? I could make an iconic mythic now, but the iconic mythic wouldn't even be worth it. Like, congratulations, you made an iconic mythic. Now get fucked dirt. So what chat said is, maybe Pony, you should just play the Helltide and get the weapon chests. Because there's obviously the chest of weaponry, right? And we know that always weapons are going to come out. Which means that we are guaranteed to get like the offensive aspect that could be getting us what we're looking for. Simple. I mean, simple, like Diablo is simple. Doesn't mean easy, right? Or not a lot of time investment. Technically, this is how simple it is isn't even incorrect. It's just not telling the whole story. Should we do an in-between check how much damage we're already doing against Lilith, chat? Even without the ferocious aspect? And I kind of want to do it, but before I want to do that, I also would really, really like to get my next glyph upgraded. You know? How are we even supposed to turn the final board? That's the good question, right? Eldritch Bounty. We probably have to like go into the board first to activate the glyph with like the least amount of points possible to then move over. Okay. Only 12 more Paragon points, chat. We just need to do our utmost best to just cheese out 12 Paragon points. I mean, I guess the easiest would be if I just spam PID There's another weapon chest. Okay, let's get 150, open up the other weapon chest, and then we'll see. Some people just don't have the absurd amount of time to get items. Exactly. That's what I was saying. Like, Soul Self-Found is literally a mode for people who want to challenge themselves, but obviously in the constraints of time that you have, right? Would I play Solo Self-Found if I was, I don't know, like having a very highly demanding job and not that much time to play? Probably would then consider playing trade. That worst case scenario, I would have the option to just get myself an item I'm missing over a trade, simple and easy as that is. But then again, also the argument is kind of mute because it's just a simple playstyle choice, right? It's an intentional slowdown of yourself by making it Solo Self-Found, for example. And it's just something you would want to have. It's the same like kind of with hardcore, because let's be fair, hardcore doesn't actually make the game more fun. Sorry. Hardcore gives you obviously the thrill of it, where you just beat yourself in the dick for the joy of it because you're a masochist. But also, like, you're slowing down your gameplay, because in softcore I can do very stupid things. I can rush like ahead, right? Because I'm in softcore and the consequences of my actions are that I die, but if I die I'm dead and that's about it, right? So I can actually play as fast as I want, whereas in hardcore, you're intentionally slowing yourself down for a more meaningful experience. Correct? So it's kind of like the same as playing Solo Self-Found. If you then play Solo Self-Found hardcore, you actually just hate yourself. And you should probably seek out professional help, right? I would kind of really like to see how many people have actually been playing Soul Self-Found. See, this would be like interesting data to release from Blizzard. Like how many people do really play Soul Self-Found compared to how many people like now did play on trade. I mean, hardcore we know is a minuscule part of the player base. And that goes for any ARPG. Hardcore will never be the big part of the player base. Okay, I just walked into this fire chain and died. The fire chain always gets me, chat. Is why we're doing that on Torment 9, because on Torment 9 I at least have a chance to survive it. On Torment 10 I'm just like, pew pew, gonzo. Why don't you try opening the chest in the PvP area? We already did that. No legendaries, even on Torment 10. So the answer is it's simply not worth it. As much as I was wishing it was worth it. Okay, let's do a pit 85. That would be the highest pit we have ever done with this character. So you would think that the chests in the PvP area on Torment 10 would probably give you legendaries, right? But it didn't. I mean, it gave me ancestrals, but it was more like blue and yellow ancestrals. So that was obviously not something I can work with because I can't use that. Okay, could I do this pit tier? Probably, but this is definitely on the longer breath side. Before I do that, I would be better off like speed running those pit 80s. I mean, we're fine enough. Boss fight is probably going to be on the longer side, though. If it's even possible to play the game without the DLC. Possible, yes. Easy, no. Struggle included. Certainly fun. And I'm definitely not regretting doing this, but yes, you notice like there's definitely a lot of random deathies. I mean, the random deathies are obviously down to not having perfect affixes, because right now I would usually have like a bunch of resistance to elements affixes, right? I would also have Grand Jewels in everywhere, but I don't have Temis, so I can't get the Grand Jewels everywhere. So like the thing that actually suffers the most is defense over offense, surprisingly. You're just like, obviously offense also suffered, not the thing, but since you're just heavily limited in the defensive thingies you can actually get, everything counts so much, and your set bonuses actually giving you usually another defensive shtick is quite amazing. And then the Horadric cube allowing you to go for the resistance to all elements and the armor and all that kind of stuff is obviously big. Plus your runes then giving you the druidic bulwark, which kind of makes me question the whole toughness thingy. Because, like, right now for my rogue, for example, right? I would really like to have Barrier. But my rogue has no Barrier. And also no way to get Barrier. Now, I would fix that over the Druidic Bulwark. But can that really be the solution to defense? That you have runes, or you can simply not get defensy? Because let's be fair, the problem I'm facing here is exactly the same as it is on live servers. Because if I also play, if I play them with DLCs, right? I also need the Druidic Bulwark, or I'm not tanky enough. People still play this, Derek? Plenty, my friend. Plenty. People very much play this and very much enjoy this. Okay, that's a 5-minute pit 85. I mean, we have enough growth to left, so pit 90 is realistically possible with the ferocious aspect then. Not sure if we're then going to stall out on pit 90. I mean, pit 90 would be torment 11 actually, so that's crazy. Considering that we were like, we said we could not even get to, like we can't get to torment 12, but getting to torment 11 is pretty nifty. Let's see how the boss fight now is. Oh no, not versus him. He's pain. It's okay. I thought it's going to be harsher. Oh god, no. The other dude killed me from the side. Oh. Do your glyphs still go to 150 without the DLC? Yes. But you're never going to get your glyphs to 150 without the DLC. Oh god, it's that fire. That like he's a menace. He's a menace. You could solve problems with temerity in life on hit. Definitely, we could try that. It is a solution that we could think about. Problem is that I would rather have, what is it called again? I'd rather have Tybalt's Will, because Tybalt's Will would actually take care of all these resource issues that we're having. than Temerity. But I guess Temerity would probably be the easiest solution for just ease of use, coasting, time chill, all that kind of stuff. So probably just going to, what is it? Who drops Temerity? Temerity was a hard drop from someone, if I'm not mistaken. Oh god, he just nuked me. Okay, we got it, ladies and gentlemen. We've beaten the pit. A bit of a struggle bus there in the end, but we got it done. Okay, 70, that's good. And then fluidity up as well. From Doggy. Haha, that's interesting. Tie bolts is going to be rough to get without the cube. I mean, tie bolts can randomly drop anywhere casual. That's the point, right? But that's also the hard thing because it can drop anywhere. So let's get the Temerity. It's a valid pointer. We can't kill the doggy, so we gotta go and doggy Belial. Can I even choose the Harbinger from Belial? That's a very good question now, Chan. Because the thing is that I can obviously not fight against the Harbinger. I cannot fight him. But can I get the Belial loot? No, like without the DLC. Can I still choose Harbinger at Belial? That'd be crazy. It'd be kind of stupid. But I like it. Because that would mean I would have access to DLC content without DLC. Oh, I actually had a T-Bolts will drop last season a couple of times. But most of my T-Bolts will have also always been from the cube. Got you. Let's see. Harbinger. Ah, that's so stupid. I can even choose Urivar. Oh, would you look at that? Well, would you look at that? It's a Shrouded Gift that we don't need. That's a Shrouded Gift we don't need. And that's a Temerity. Well, would you look at that? How the turns have tabled, Chan. How the turns have tabled! No, yeah, no one tell Blizzard, chat. No one tell Blizzard. Bro, if you tell Blizzard, I'm gonna be so mad. No, so the interesting part is that actually due to the seasonal rank, okay, chat? Due to the seasonal rank, I have gotten access to Harbinger loot already. So I've gotten stuff from the Harbinger before I was actually supposed to get stuff from the Harbinger. Because obviously Blizzard kind of like forget that part, I guess. Delete the bot. Flee Purdy. Flee Purdy. Okay, these are like a lot of Shrouded Gifts and not a lot of Temerities. And I really don't like that. I think that's like, I would call it a scam. With all the sincerity I have in my heart. Right? Big effing scam. Let's kill some more of the dude. Dude brony. So what are we trying to do, guys? We're trying to replace the 30% damage reduction debilitating aspect here through an item called Temerity. Temerity would give you barrier whenever you heal beyond maximum. For that, we would have life on hit, and for that, we also do have fortify. And since we're always getting fortify here too with our concealment, we're on top of like everything we're doing also always fortify. So it should actually work quite well together with what we're doing, and would provide us with a defensive layer that we would usually not need if we could use the Shrouded Gift, but we're not becoming invisible enough for the Shrouded Gift to be an option. Sadly. Oh god, no, Mom! Okay. Wow. Really? Two? And they're useless too? 2 useless ones? Who'd have guessed that getting a Temerity is going to be the hard part, Chad? I mean, it's not like we have one Temerity now, but it's not a legendary Temerity, so like not one that has like good stats. Got it. So we got this one, but it's not ancestral. If it ain't ancestral, we don't want it, right? Oh, come on now. Don't be like that, you little bitch. Another Temerity. I mean, that's a good Temerity with good stats because it's armor, max life, dexterity, and then we could re-roll the last one into something that we actually need. So if I take it in non-ancestral, I'll take it in non-ancestral and make the most out of it. Oh god, I tried to escape the poison and then ran right into the poison. Like an absolute professional. Just the way how you do it. Okay, everyone pray and hope. And while you're praying and hoping, keep praying and hoping for also the ferocious aspect. Like, to be honest, just don't stop praying and hoping, Chan. I want to be that guy, but I just need your prayers and hopes like forever. No breaks. No breaks. Just more prayers and more hope. Okay, let's see what we got here. We got a Temerity with a greater affix with lightning resistance. You know what? That's good. I'm gonna take that Temerity. Temper the maximum life on it. Great. Get the max roll. Was actually pretty sick. Then re-roll the Fortified Generation into armor. Sick. And then masterwork the whole thing. To hit the 3,000 max life, preferable, but don't want to waste the money for that.
What stars guide you?
Okay, then ferocious aspect, no ferocious aspect. Tears everywhere. Okay, do a pit 85 now with Temerity on. No loot filter. I have a loot filter that filters out the magic items, Katie. But I actually still need rare items occasionally. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a barrier, at least a little one. It's not a lot, but at least it's honest work. Actually, like, it's not only a lot, it's actually over 9,000. It's my whole life globe as a barrier right now. You forget life on hit to roll. No, I have life on hit rolls on my gear. Sir. I've been having life on hit rolls on my gear for quite a while now. Because I just used it to heal. I know it sounds pretty sad, but yeah. It's what we have been using to just simply stay alive. So my weapons provide life on hit rolls. And I think my glove have actually life on hit as well, if I'm not completely mistaken. So no worries. I got it. I mean, it's certainly helping, so I like that. So good suggestion, Chad. I was a bit pigeonholing myself towards the T-Bolt's will. I mean, I might simply never get the T-Bolt's will, so it's just stupid to not take something else for the time being, right? That's just a Matman behavior. The good thing is that the barrier refills no matter what the enemy does. So as long as there's something for me to shoot, I'll always get like barrier back. Hit 85 seems much easier now. I mean, it wasn't hard before. It's just like more risk-free because I just don't randomly lose HP, burn through my potions. I haven't essentially drank in a single potion yet, right? And that's a big difference. Like usually it was like drink potion, drink potion, drink potion, drink potion. The big advantage is that I can just waltz into opponents to stand like as close as possible to them. And that's always like, I want essentially my ricochets to ricochet as hard as possible. I mean, I guess the temerity is going to be like instrumental for actually taking down Lilith because it would provide me with a consistent stream of bonus defense. I want to see how it works against the pit boss because the pit boss was obviously like just one-hitting me. I still feel like we would like to get a... So I feel like we want to get a Ring of Starless Skies, but at the same time we don't want a Ring of Starless Skies. Why? Because we actually need to have our ability cost resource. Because if our ability doesn't cost resource, we're not resetting our ultimate. That's like the thing. Like I'm trying with preparation, right, to get my shades as often as possible, or at least every 20 seconds. So Ring of Starless Skies wouldn't even work. Okay, we got the artifice dude. Freeze him, and then kill him. Wow, I was out of lucky hits in his frozen face. That's bitter. He still killed me. He still looked at me. I was like, nope. You shall not pass, chat. Dude, that poison damage is just off the charts. Just wait for him to just come here. Please don't kill me. Conceited Freakstar Pew Pew? No, I have better aspects than Conceited. Conceited would do exactly nothing for me. Oh goodness, he's just probably the worst thing I could have faced, right? Any dude just trying to hit me, cool, but him like just going for poison, boom, boom. Don't poison barbell me, brother. Come on, more mana, more mana, more mana. I like how everything he does just goes like right through my little defense. Dude's poison is so extreme. Yeah, I mean my poison resistance is also non-existent, so yes, his poison is extreme. Yes, my poison resistance is also non-existent. Better. Not good, but better, Chan. Slow and steady wins the snail the race. And that makes me think, by the way, I am playing Headhunter, but actually the final one could have also been Kenny. You know, we are playing Headhunter, but we could have also played Kenny. What if we play Combat? Chat, I'm struggling with my energy. What if we start playing Combat? Skills that critical strike restore 12% of their energy cost. 12% of a penetrating shot is not a lot, but since everything kind of counts, shit, I gotta check that if that wouldn't be better. I mean, I really don't want to level up another glyph right now, but what do I have left? Do a 75 for that because 75 is always quicker. Considering that all my crits kind of crit. I mean, would I ever play that one if I had like better resource cost solutions? No, I wouldn't, but I just don't have better resource solutions. So what do I have left? Exactly. And considering that my whole resource stick is just literally like here, lucky hit chance, I guess getting a bit guaranteed bonus might help. And we roughly have 50% crit chance. Is Vulpin aspect on a ring? Wasn't Vulpin the one when you have Barrier you get resource? I mean, it will work in the moment we have Barrier, but it wouldn't work in the moment where we don't have Barrier. Also, I wouldn't like to use damage. You know, the damage I lose from a glyph is minimal. The damage I lose from an aspect is quite substantial. Is this build better than Rapid Fire? I couldn't even tell you, Spyrus. I know this build can also do extremely well in the pit when you actually play it like for real with the set and everything. I mean, like, again, this is like here without DLC. The thing is, I don't know which upgrade Rapid Fire needs because I don't have access to the third upgrade, right? So this build works because I have access to the second upgrade of the Shade upgrade. And I don't need the third one, which would be the bonus super damage arrow. So yeah. Buzzy, this is how you play without the expansion. How's it feeling for you, sir? When you can come a lot of adversary with just knowledge, right? But there's only so far that knowledge can carry you before shit hits the fan. But there's quite some you can eke out with knowledge, right? Okay, 3 minute. Pit 75 is fine. I can work with that. It's looking like for a pit that I can do like really quick. Like versus bosses, I really struggle on the research department at times. Not always, but at times. So we wanted to level up not Kenny, but combat. Do we have any other one that resets energy? No, right? At least we're getting +4 here, so we can get this one leveled like super quick, right? And it's an intelligence booster. Interesting. I need another level to get this leveled up. Yep. Keep the headhunter in for now. If you never play with the DLCs, you don't really know what you're missing, though. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's the same experience, pretty much, that you've had for a while now. You like the Bloodburst thing? You probably might mean Blood Surge. Blood Surge is really cool. Sadly, only good for leveling, and then it falls off harshly. Another problem with Blizzard, right? They removed Overpower, and they never compensate any skill that was pretty much, like, working because of Overpower. I really like to have a campfire chat where the devs tell us like everything they're actually working on, everything that is on the list to do, and things that are just simply not on the list to do. You know, like an hour of honesty with Blizzard, where they're like, hey, we're actually not planning to fix the Necro. Oh, Paladin? Yeah, he's gonna stay weak for another 5 seasons because we don't have a fucking clue what we're doing. Warlock? Yeah, Warlock is intentionally this strong because, like, by the DLC, chat. You know, called an hour of honesty. Like, also, hey, we created this Warlock, and we gave him the resource called Dominance. But we decided to not give you anything to actually recover it. So you can never play it. Of course, they want all the DLC copies. Spyros, I'm totally with them wanting all the DLC copies. I would do the same if I was Blizzard. But that doesn't keep you away from propping up the less fortunate classes. I mean, the thing is that most of the power gains are happening through the Paragon board right now, and it's just really obvious that the Warlock just has some of the best Paragon boards ever existed. The Warlock Paragon boards are just twice as powerful as everyone else's. And so, like, we clearly know where a lot of the Warlock's power is coming from, plus minus the power that the Warlock is actually getting, but still, like, a lot of the power is just simply coming from the Paragon board. And alone adapting the Paragon board of many classes would actually just lift them up power-wise. Which is probably the easiest vector to scale without a single downside to any other build. So it's kind of like this is a problem that can be fixed quite quick if you just want to. All right, which is again, as we said, the big point, right? If you just want to. Arias, das die Mama? That's the mama. Okay, now let's see how it's energy-wise working. If this like fixes my energy issues, I'm going to start crying because I didn't think about this earlier. I'm gonna feel like an idiot because why have we been using Headhunter, chat? Like you want to know why we have been using Headhunter? The reason is because we had it from the beginning. Like, you start the game and you have Headhunter, right? And then I kind of just leveled it up and actually didn't even think about a different one. I just went a bit cross-eyed on that. This seems so much better resource-wise currently. Minimally, but better. Is he unstoppable? He's unstoppable. That artillery shrine doesn't count. But then again, these dudes are all unstoppable again, so I guess it counts. They're all a bunch of pricks. Are we doing so few damage if they're unstoppable? Well, we're losing like a 50% from our Paragon. We'll lose like another 60% from our... aspects, and then a lot of our damage is cold damage. And if I'm not freezing them like right, and we're not doing meaningful cold damage to the unstoppable thingies, it's a problem. How do you shave your hat? My head is not shaven, sir. My hair is cut. I have hair. I have hair. Like, really? This is hair. Okay, we're gonna make it to the boss so we can like feel if the boss is smoother, because that's the only situation where we're struggling energy wise currently. And here's just a normal machine cut. Just go bzz, 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 and it's over. Give me the boss, but without shrine, okay? Boss with shrine is cheating. Wait, I need to click the shrine away. Don't come close to me, Mr. Boss Man. I'm just trying to test my energy constraints. Dude, energy is so much better. I didn't run a single time out. That's a day and night different. Okay, well, that worked plenty well then. Get that comic lift leveled up. Willkommen zurück! Deine Tochter hat dich sehr vermisst. Okay. I mean, this also does give us a critical strike damage, additive damage that then gets multiplied up, so... I guess that's fine-ish to have. Okay, like after we've done now this pit, we're gonna try to get our Paragon points to 165. Then I'm gonna redistribute a lot of Paragon points so that we could hopefully get the last glyph activated. And then we're gonna test Lilith for the first time, even without the ferocious aspect, or actually for the second time, because we already tested her yesterday just to see how hard she would be on Torment. So yesterday, that was pretty much the end of this stream. So 4 hours ago, it wasn't like we didn't scratch her, right? We didn't meaningful move her. I wonder how it's looking today, because we did get some meaningful improvements. I mean, we got more life, we got the better bow. Like in case you missed it, we get this bow with 150% bonus damage and 2 greater affixes. But it is far from being the best bow I've ever seen, but it is certainly a good bow. It's not like the best bow you've ever seen. That's a good bow. Could technically roll the maximum life away and could get a crit damage multiplier on it. But that seems like a surefire way to just kill yourself. Right? Would I do that on live? Probably would do it on live. Like, right? Would probably do it with all my DLCs, but without the DLCs, it would be questionable behavior. Heavily questionable behavior. I finally ran out of resource. I wonder if that more energy per crit also counts for the bouncing. Or because my shots, they like bounce off walls, right? And if that also counts towards the energy restoration of a boss fight. I mean, look at me not running out of energy, chat. This is a rare side. You know how bad it was before, right? Well, look at that. That's day and night. It's like I can pretty much just hold down the button here right now. Okay, decision was good. GG, ladies and gentlemen. There's a nice change of pace. Okay, how do we get now the most XP possible in the shortest amount of time? Killing worms in like what is it called again? Killing maggots, but we don't have maggots. The best thing I could do is Torment 10. Try to find other people and then just hog those stupid portals until my dig falls off. Yeah. Reasonable, correct? Oh, someone's doing the maiden. Fast pony. Fast pony. Max damage of vulnerable multiplier would be... Oh no, someone killed her! No! Bastard! Can we do it again? Can we do it again? No? I mean, base vulnerable is 24? So isn't it like 30? The greater affix. $56? Yeah, then that should be greater affix, yes. I mean, I feel like also with this rune that we're doing better in Torment 10, Chad. I mean, if I think about like back Torment 10, how we felt here, especially without the barrier, right? It was always like we were just almost dead at any given point, right? It was like we're dead. I mean, now I died because he had reprisal. Pretty dumb that it doesn't show the GA if you re-rolled. Oh yeah. I mean, there's a few pretty dumb things in the game, my friend. When did you say the Marvel Token stream will be? Wednesday, probably. Wednesday, we're going to do fighting game. Hopefully include the community a little bit. It's going to be an interesting one. We might start with some Titan quests, like take it relaxed, and then do like fighting game on top. I haven't decided yet, like which way around. Or we just do all day long fighting game. Could also be cool. Just like a different thing once in a while. Just mix it up. Gonna whip out the good old controller again. Might have to use the bigger sticks. Because, you know, the controller here has, like, you can pull the sticks out and then you can put bigger sticks on if you need it. That was actually useful for shooters. You would be surprised.
It is done.
Rings. Torment 10, 1 ring, chat. 1 single ring. Okay, 7 points. We get 32. I can pull this out. I can pull this out. Then I can go here. So that's cool. Yeah. No ferocious aspect. We need to do, what was it called again? A few portals. Oh, someone called her again. Bonus XP. It would be a waste to not just stay here and get the experience, would it? Because a free kill is a free kill is a free kill. But what is my friend here doing in the lower torment tiers, right? I got one rupture closed. That means I need more ruptures. Where are the ruptures in this area? They're mostly in the bottom left, aren't they? A flat bow with two. I don't know what I died to. I really don't know what I died to there. Flat bow with 2 greater affixes. Oh, that would be beautiful. I wonder if I could get the last one activated already. You know? Maybe we should do a Forgotten Wisdom dungeon. Do we have one more Forgotten Wisdom? I don't think we have one, right? No Forgotten Wisdom, por favor. Heavy boots with 2 greater affixes. Watch this now have only 3 affixes. Armor and Shadow Stab. Well, sadly, I cannot use Shadow Stab. Because I have dash. That was a lot of on-death effects all happening at the same time. Totally not scary in any way. When everyone just spontaneously decides they want to have an on-death effect, they're all unstoppable. They're all unstoppable and have reprisal. I'm wondering already what is happening there. Stop chasing me! God. Me just trying to play innocent. Has any one of you played already Marvel Token, Chad? The new fighting game. So I know what to expect. I've only seen some clips so far. I haven't like played much myself. I mean, I'm gonna have to like play a bit before the stream to not be like a complete newbie booby. Oh god, he has reprisal. Reprisal gamers. Poison not stronger than the ice variant. You can do a lot with the poison, my friend. However, I require the access to Azeroth to make up for my missing defense. The problem with the poison is that sure, it's powerful, but it doesn't freeze opponents. And I need my opponents frozen. Because otherwise they'll do damage to me. Isn't it just a 1-button combo smasher like Invincible? I don't know. Dudley. I haven't played a fighting game in a hot minute, and I think like as long as you don't take fighting games too serious, they're actually really fun. It's like when you're actually playing like shooter games, right? And you're actually very chill about it, and you have like zero ambitions, then really fun. But as soon as you start like caring about your win-loss ratio and other shenanigans, then oh my goodness, it just sucks the life right out of it. I mean, then again, naturally, fighting games require you to be somewhat competitive because, I mean, like if you don't try, you die. I just feel like it gets really hurtful for your personal fun when you start, like, you know, when you really look at that KD and it's always like, oh my goodness, I gotta do better, 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 better. Like straight up goes down the drain. So all of this killing here didn't even move the needle a little bit in Torment 10. It's really like all the XP, all the progress is just gated behind specific things, aka the war plans, right? I mean, I got up to 161 Paragon points, but as you notice, it has been slowing down tremendously. The real Paragon gain I can get right now is probably over Whispers. Right, if I would focus on Whispers, because Whispers are obviously like they're always something. Three bows. Oh, there are stories in Marvel Token, you say? Oh. Is it worth to play with only the base game and no DLCs? Well, it's harsh and unforgiving, my friend. But as you can see right now, we are in Torment 10. And we are missing one of our most damaging aspects right now. So it is absolutely possible to get to this point, to play at this point, and to enjoy it at this point. Right? So yes, you can play the game without the DLC. Azeroth is currently the same as it was in Season 14 because this is Season 14 Demon Soul. But it is nerfed in Season 15, or not really nerfed, but nerfed. Because Azeroth, instead of now exploding, does all the damage only to the target that is actually applied to. So if you now freeze a bunch of targets, then, well, the targets are singular, each taking more damage and then dying to that more damage. But without, like, the explosion echoing outwards to wreck everyone around. Which I think still makes a very powerful Azeroth, especially when you actually do have an area build, right? I mean, right now I have area damage. I anyways hit everyone. A pen shop big guy for Season 14? Nope. This is also not your traditional pen shop build, as it has to work like without sets and everything. Right? Would I play Temerity usually? No, I wouldn't play Temerity on my pen shop. That's not necessary. Okay, let's finish like one more Whisper. I have a Nightmare Dungeon that's a Whisper. Let's do that. You follow build guides or make your own? I make my own. Psych Blood. I mean, once you have made an amount X of builds, it's always the same but different. If that makes any sense to you. There's not that much variety in Diablo to be too deep. Material. Don't need the materials, to be honest. I mean, what means I don't need the material? It doesn't hurt to have those Forgotten Souls, I guess. Last two prisoners. Uno, dos. And now after clearing this dungeon, we're going to jump to Lilith and see how much our progress has been progressing, Chad. We've certainly been moving ahead of schedule. Yeah, damage. Well, we have a couple of videos on everything, Sec Blood, on how the damage works, on how you craft perfect items with the Horadric Cube, and all that stuff. It's not like we have all those videos for you. All the content is out there, just waiting to be consumed. You just have to watch it. Look, golden maggots. Sadly, don't give any meaningful bonus money. I know I watched it, I still don't get it. Watch it again. Watch it again. And then watch it again. And then watch it again. Of course, I'm using the Zig exploit. I mean, the Zig exploit's still not being fixed in Season 15. It's just a joke. Because of how easy it would be to fix and how reluctant Blizzard seems to do anything about it. Oh god, everything is cooldown and we didn't get the lucky hit chance. The worst case scenario. Good 162, ladies and gentlemen. I told you that was a big XP infusion, right? Torment 10 Whispers, they're just absolute chef's kiss of what they get. So even if you just finish the Torment, like the 5 favor thingy, just boosts you forward. So I do now, like, finish now another Whisper. Boom chakalaka. Gotta pull us forward again. Okay, terrible, terrible.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Let's see, for a ring. We good. Ferocious, Incapitate, Synergy. Oh, we don't even have what we're looking for. Okay, first we need Debilitating Toxin. Debbie. Where's Debbie, Chan? Debbie needs to go on my chest. Thank you very much. We got Shade. We got Imbuement Mimicking, the Frozen Boosting, and we get Marksman Skills to increase damage. So let's jump into not Torment 10 Lilith. That would be a mistake. Torment 8 Lilith. Before we activate our last rune, because again, we're still at 162. I need, like, again, 170. Okay, what are we expecting, ladies and gentlemen? An absolute massacre? Sadness in the disco? How will this go? Oh, respectable, 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 ladies and gentlemen. I mean, due to the shield, we're not dying. First armor part broken. Alright, that's good that we actually killed all of this with one. He's frozen. Frost damage, come on. Give me that lucky hit. This is like a real Lilith fine. Aha! Woo! Phase 1, ladies and gentlemen! Thing is, if I now had the ferocious aspect, right, all my damage I do times 120%, so she would just like fall over. Now, that was obviously just the warm-up because phase 1 is easy as fuck. And phase 2 is where the real problems begin because you're just facing a bunch of inconsistent damage boosters that really make no sense why they do so much damage. So like these like explosions here, they're always like, they do so much damage, and then you have like the fire thingy around you. So we can already get her. It's pretty nice. Okay, so generally speaking, we would need here just higher values on the critical strike damage multiplier. We would just need here a actual, you know, greater affix on that one. We would need our ferocious aspect, and then everything is kind of Gucci. What we should do is we should just masterwork this one because I currently haven't masterworked it because we're still working on actually getting like a maximum roll, like a better roll version of this. But hey, it's good. 38,000 is pretty nice. We need more experience, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I should do? We torment 10 and then just more whispers. And then we could do the world boss, and afterwards we could try to activate the last glyph, because the last glyph activating is then going to give us another 15% bonus damage. Now the problem is, you did notice against Lilith how we partially just ran out of like awesomeness, awesome sauce. It was definitely you failed. I can't really do much more for resource. I've already done the utmost most for resource that I can do. How much more for resource am I supposed to do? Oh god, unstoppable again. Change the rest to pure lightning and fire resistance ones. I mean, that will marginally help, but it will help. So you're not wrong. Not going to make worlds of a difference. It's also not really going to help in the Lilith fight, because let's be real, in the Lilith fight you just again need to kill her so she doesn't kill you. And a passive barrier gain like an Igni Kui rune would help. Okay, so I have a problem here, Chad. These are unstoppable enemies that are protecting this pillar. So I can literally not finish this Horadric strong room. It's not like I won't get him killed. It's just going to take. Oh, the worst case scenario again. And there's another unstoppable one. They're almost there. They're everywhere. Die! Die! Got it. Common 4-star room field so vast. We had a Nightmare Dungeon escalation sigil with Forgotten Wisdom, ladies and gentlemen. You know what that means, right? A Forgotten Wisdom Nightmare Dungeon escalation sigil is actually pretty sick because we will get quite some bonus XP from that. The only issue is that we can't kill a Torment 10 Astaroth. But we could do every a dungeon before that and then just get the most rewards possible from the escalation, right? And just don't get the Astaroth rewards. That would probably be the best way how to handle this right now. At the end of the day, I just want the Forgotten Wisdom, right? Tengenstein, how does day 3 without DLC go? We are in Torment 10, so Chaka, that first goal has been achieved. Now, our next goal would be able to kill Torment 8 Lilith, and that is something that we're chewing on right now. Now we're... What means chewing on? We're just literally one aspect away from actually being able to do it. So I'm not going to pretend that we are not very close, right? Because we are. So we're just one aspect away from handling it. Most of the day we've been just trying to get it. And we literally don't need anything to help with bosses. We literally just need the ferocious aspect. And we could also kick Frozen Memories out while we're boss fighting. For example, Frozen Memories gives us triple damage against frozen targets. So here, you get Frozen Memories. That's 36 cold damage to chilled enemies. This is tripled against frozen enemies, so would obviously be useful when you think about it. Oh, here, we can do this. Should be nice. My wife is sending me pictures. Not a booty call, chat, but I still need to see what that picture is, because what if it is? Dr. Q-Sol, good to see you there, partner. Guten Morgen. Get him down. So, by the way, we're gonna also, as the stream ends today, start creating the video about this little experiment that we have going on here. If everything goes well, you should actually get that one today. These pit finishers are getting faster and faster. And it's my first sub 2 minutes pit 75, I'd say. Done. Easy. Okay, now we can level this one up to... That is 163 now, and then we're almost 164. We're gonna get collection of one-handed weapons, and that will give us finally the ferocious aspect, chat, because you all believe. And it's not the ferocious aspect. God damn it. Leroy.
Hello, shining beauty.
Ferocious aspect? God damn it, Leroy. We don't want much, we just want that. Okay, so what I have to do now is I have to pull out like every single bonus point we have spent. So just that the necessary ones are put in. I'm going to pull all these points out. That is... So how are we going to move through this? We're going to have to move in. We have to like... want to activate Devious here. And we Devious. And then on your way out, yeah. Missing 3, 6. And another 3. Now, where do I get the next 3 from? I mean, technically... That was imbued damage. That was imbued damage. It's a lot of, like, bonus here, actually. So that activates the final one. It kind of also steals survival away from me, though. Battle Boomer, thank you for the 3 months of support. Battle Boomer, very good to see you there. Pleasure to have you with us. Howdy once again. Don't forget to check the picture. That is true. Problem is we just sacrificed a lot of survival for damage, right? So that's going to bite us in the butt for sure. Oh. My wife needs to make a cake. And then she needs to make another cake. And then on top of the cake she has made, that's actually enough. 2 cakes is enough. Because the school knows that my wife bakes great cakes. So whenever a cake is needed in school, instead of asking the moms that cannot bake great cakes, they just right away ask my wife. It's like, can you make cake? Should put a QR code with my Twitch stream on top of the cake. Gotta at least use it for something. If your enemies die fast, you don't need survival. Yeah, I mean that has been the whole premise of this build here for the time it has existed right now. We just tank over freeze and actual damage. which doesn't work with damage on death effects or that kind of stuff. Also doesn't work against unstoppable opponents, which can become a problem occasionally. You know what would fix that? Maybe make an ugly cake. Now the wife likes making cake. Also, it's for our daughter's school group, so it's kind of fine. The problem is if you let the other moms make cakes, it's going to be very terrible, Katie. And can't like just jeopardize food poisoning, right? No offense towards the other moms. Much praise to my own waifu. Now, this is the fastest we've done the pit 80 so far. Good damage. You know what? I take it back. I think like pit 90 definitely possible if I grind up to 200 Paragon points. And if I get my Ferocious plus the right greater affixes. So let's say if we would put like another 10 hours into this character now, just grinding and trying to get stuff. I should be able to do pit 100. Because we're like very close to pit 90 already, which is Torment 11. And also doing pit 100 is relatively simple because pit 100 in itself is not hard, but that doesn't mean that Torment 12 is easy, right? Especially surviving in Torment 12 is a whole different beast. Yeah, you just really need a good Ferocious aspect. No, I actually need a bad Ferocious aspect, Kitty. It really doesn't matter in this case. You know, even if I get a terrible Ferocious aspect, it would completely be fine. Him just doing the most. Terrible Constellation? Yeah, Constellation is really needed. There's no question. By the way, Battle Boomer, thank you for the 3rd month of support. Battle Boomer, you completely missed that. Appreciate it. Also, chat, do you actually enjoy having the chat in the chat on the stream? It was requested by Katie. We put it on. I hope you like it. It helps you. Enjoy seeing your message and the message of other people. So we're currently playing Biting Cold. For cold damage is increased by 20%, right? That's actually decent. But the question that I rather have is, and this is like the more important thingy. Would it be better if we not play Biting Cold, but if we would play Chill? Because you get the offensive aspect and the utility aspect called aspect of piercing cold, right? You apply 40% more chill and deal 20% increased damage to chilled enemies. And since bosses that are frozen count as chilled, that kind of works, and bosses that are chilled, frozen also. Thing is, we make things already vulnerable, right? Over the this year, Cold Imbue causes enemies to become vulnerable for 4 seconds. Cold Imbue duration is increased by 128%. Or we get your lucky Cold Imbue has a chance to encase you in a barrier, but I feel like the barrier is unnecessary, right? We'd rather have like a longer Cold Imbuement. Right, but since Cold Imbue makes it vulnerable, do we even need the vulnerable? Wouldn't more chill just be better? To like chill bosses faster. Okay, we wanted to just jump into the Domheim tunnel here. Okay, we got 15 minutes for boss. Well, let's just jump in, do the Forgotten Wisdom, so the boss gives me more XP. Zord, thank you for the 1 year subscription. Zord, dankeschön. Appreciate it. Me and my friends used to watch you back on Hearthstone, so I wanted to ask if you still play or you focus on ARPGs nowadays. I'm not focused on ARPGs nowadays. I play ARPGs, yes, but I actually play everything. So I have nothing that I don't play, and everything that I do play just needs to fit my current content that we're doing. So no, we're not playing Hearthstone right now, but there's also nothing interesting to make videos in Hearthstone about. Because when I play something, I also want to make videos about it. And just like I played this deck is not really an interesting video, right? So since there's nothing really to put in video format, Hearthstone-wise, we're also not doing any Hearthstone. It could be fun to weave like more of these games once again in, but not currently. And that Forgotten Wisdom is like at Torment 10, quite nasty right now. Chat. Getting quite the XP juicing. I mean, I see that like how quick I get that 1 Paragon point here. Can I put it in here to get the physical damage bonus? Do you think the build you're running will be playable next season? Yes. Might it be now the Frost or the Poison version? Both are going to be absolutely viable. I mean, Rogue didn't really see any meaningful nerfs, buffs, or whatsoever. Rogue is pretty much just the absolute powerhouse it has always been. Minus the Pit 150 cheat builds, right? Oh god, I'm being hunted by a bunch of unstoppable goat dudes. And they don't want to relent. And I technically don't have to kill them, but I just really wanted to kill them. Because why not? Every now and then you just have to kill weird goat dudes. Okay, I could make it to 165. Thing is, I need like another 20 Paragon points alone for offense, and then the next like 30 Paragon points would go into defense. But that's like just hours up and hours up and hours on Paragon grind, right? Which is just so much shorter with war plans. And it's not like only a lot of quality of life that you're obviously getting from the DLC. It's also just time saver. Or if you're a casual gamer, mom, dad, not having the DLC, probably the biggest downside is you're just taking longer with everything. So did I miss that 15% XP well somewhere? Because there's supposed to be a 15% XP well somewhere here. Unless I'm crazy. No. 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 So P4 in Torment 10, Paragon 164 can only run Torment 7, and I am Paragon. So something has to be off. Well, your build might suck. Okay. You might also just not have the right multipliers, right? Might be missing good uniques. And I don't mean to hurt. It's just like, you know, trying to find the vector that's here. You could have the wrong aspects. There are like many things that could play a role there. I mean, for example, the biggest thing that you could change is going for more multipliers. So I got here crit and vulnerable together, plus all damage. Then we got here critical. Then we got here crit and vulnerable again. Here's crit, vulnerable, and cold. There is only ranks. This one has crit multiplier, and this one has crit multiplier. So alone that we have so many vulnerable multipliers, like a big thing, right? And also tempering, masterworking is a big difference, right? So if you don't have your gear masterwork, that might impact that heavily. That's an Obel Reserve. Shit, I really want to go there, but I need to do that Obel Reserve now because Obel Reserve second dungeon, Nightmare Escalation, Torment 10 should give me like 300 Obels or so per opening. The time has come, Chad. Finally, I can smell that ferocious aspect. Thing is, if we just don't get the ferocious aspect, the fight versus Lilith is going to be an absolute bitch to do, and I'm just going to lose all my hair, and I don't have a lot of it left. We go down like on a Dark Souls Lilith fight. Katie, I'll keep that in mind. Okay, 1,300 obolts already, ladies and gentlemen. I think a Torment 10 Obel Reserve boss kill gave us like 1,000 obolts, if I'm not completely mistaken. Lucky hit chance, crit chance. Nope, not working. Good gems. Good gems are always nice. I have one ground gem, couple of flawless. I mean, I could obviously make all of them ground, but not really worth it. Then in the grand scheme of thing, every percentage of power matters. So what means not really worth it? See, 400 obolts from one thingy. If I do a normal nightmare dungeon that is an obol reserve, it's like 200 obolts instead of 400. That's a significant difference. This is it. This is it. We're in the end game now. We just have to hope that our friend Astaroth actually drops another Nightmare Dungeon escalation sigil, right? We can't leave anything behind. What if that has the ferocious aspect on it? What if, chat? What if? The 4 honeys. 3,000 obolts, chat. That's pretty big. Oh god, I missed him. I missed him, chat. That's bad because when you miss him, then you're not getting the maximum amount of... Another message. That's a voice message. Why wife send me a voice message? Voice message no good. How am I supposed to listen to that? Mademoiselle. Jesus. There's no chill today. Back. How many minutes do we have left here? 5. Material reserve. could just probably go through this relatively quick.
My savior.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
That one, Neath Iron, I'm not picking up. Also, why does he not pick up Neath Iron automatically, Chan? Just tell me. What is this shit, right? Just pick that Neath Iron up. Don't be like that. Like, Blizzard has like a very... Oh, that's the Burning Butcher. He has a very unhealthy obsession with not just picking up things automatically. And having you jump through loops and hoops to pick things up. Okay, I think we missed a prisoner. So what we're going to do is we're just going to teleport out. We have a build for this, Kaikin. This is a build without DLCs, so we don't have a build guide for that yet. There will be a build guide coming, though, but that has to wait for when we actually have achieved our goal, right? There'll also be a whole video explaining everything that has transpired with this challenge incoming. You know what we should try? We should try to get Torment 11 and then make the Opal Vendor better, but the problem is that it doesn't actually get better in Torment 11, so that's scam in itself. Maximum life, damage over time, no. Ferocious aspect, Chad. Ferocious.
My hammer shines on your return.
Hello. Well, shame that. Not a bad. Hello, shining beauty.
Ferocious. Oh, goodness. Just give me the ferocious aspect. So this one has 2 greater affixes, but not a single greater affix that I need. Fantastic. Ferocious. Ferocious, please.
Something special. All finished, are you?
Weapon damage also no need.
More than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Well, shame that. Hello, shining beauty.
I'm not asking for much, ladies and gentlemen,
What's left you are?
but it seems like I'm asking for too much. That was my 4,000 obols that we just got from that Nightmare Dungeon escalation. And it didn't get better. That is so bad. We could probably like just kill the world boss and then right back into the Nightmare Dungeon escalation. And try to fight that Torment 12 Asmodin. Astaroth. Sorry. Where are we going to spend that point here now, Chan? I mean, officially, I'd like to get damage. That would make the most sense. On the other hand, we require survival. On the other hand, it's just damage, so more of that.
Hello.
Everyone stretch! Ah! That's good. Very useful. I'll take that world boss down, which puts us to 166. Then I get a diamond reserve. We get a Forgotten Wisdom again. Horadric gem. Forgotten Wisdom. I have no more obol reserves, and that's the problem. Okay, let's look at people again. 43 hours playtime. 28 hours playtime. How much money do I have? 200. Wait, is no one doing damage here? Chat, they all suck. What the fuck? Dudes. Where's the DPS? I mean, like, seriously. This is Torment 10 and you're a bunch of barbarians with, like, mythic items and everything. Lads. Where's the DPS? I mean, if the game doesn't give you the most important glyph last, then it's rigged. Right? That's just the rules. Okay, seriously, are the barbs not doing any damage? Instantly doing the billion damage hits against him. Barb's throwing for sure with those mystic. Yeah, I mean, what was that here? Maybe they're all just bad. You never know. Maybe they were just bad at their job. They're just cosmetic barbs.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
We could try to get this. Well, like, let's try to have someone kill that for us. That would give us to 167. And then we could return with our glyph activated to see what Lilith wants from us. Oh. You don't even know how useful those prisms are. Barb that refused to take damage nodes on Paragon. Yeah, those were like Celic barbs, but they hadn't figured out like the actual resource restoration, so they were just running around with their resource at 0 and being scared as fuck. Like, oh god, no, I can die. Got that? Mr. Moms? Dude, we made it to Torment 11. That's pretty impressive. Actually, we should try, like, the Torment 11. We should probably try that. Chat Pit 90. What do you think? Probably give it a go. I mean, again, Pit 90, like, everything currently without the Ferocious is just being like, extra. Right? Brings the all gear, no idea thing to your mind. Well, you gotta consider that a lot of people just copy builds without thinking, and sometimes they even miss the crucial step why something actually works, and then they wonder why they're so weak and not doing as much damage as the video they just covered. Happens more often than you think. Yeah, okay, so we're not gonna be able to kill the Blood Maiden on Torment 10. This is literally where, like, everything, as I said, where the Ferocious just comes in. Yep. Not gonna get her kill. Oh. So Pit 90. It would be Torment 11. My wife is calling me. Ja, bitte. Hallo? Hallo? Gerade unten eingestiegen. Jetzt ist warte mal. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. I gotta call my daughter's watch and see where she is right now. She was supposed to take the bus today, but she's right now not taking the bus. Complicated. You're back. Complicated. Hello? Give me a moment. My kid forgot to take the bus. As she was supposed to. My smart child. My smart child of mine. She's a very intelligent child, but sometimes she just refuses to use common sense. It's a stupid stuff. And well, she's used to be picked up after school, but we literally told her, you're a bus kid, you know, you like new year, you're now driving. she like, can you expect how concerned she sounded? She was just like, I'm waiting here to be picked up. Like, no, you were supposed to take the bus. Mom is waiting at the bus stop for you. And very worried right now. Like, extremely worried right now. Okay, that was a really quick death to whatever. Because this could be like the problem here with going actually into Torment 11. Like 0 survival. Because we have the live, right? But we don't have the resties or anything to do this. So literally something poops on me, I just disintegrate. Let's see where this damage-wise goes. Oh god, wife's sending me more messages. And you get me confusing. I mean, she we're not mad at her. It's just like very stereotypical for her to exactly do that, you know? When I would go pick her up now, the problem is wife just has the car key currently, so wife will have to come back now because she was waiting at the bus stop to pick her up. Good first day of the year fumble. At least it's great weather outside. Right? Would be a shame if it was raining. 150 without the expansion. No, pit 90 without the expansion at least. Seems doable. Let's see. I mean, pit 90 would actually exceed my expectations because I did not think that like that Torment 11 would be a thing to meaningful go in there. But it does seem like I could exist in Torment 11. I mean, as long as I don't get touched by anything, as we said before. Yeah, that's a bunch of yeah, they just die so fast. Holy Christ. I mean, obviously, it's not, as soon as we fight like one of the annoying elites that has like something super spooky going on, probably just instant death again. Luckily, we actually charged that children watch today. Okay, like +1 to technology chat. If you have ever children that go to school, give them those watches. Because now imagine my child did not have in her smartness the watch with her. And she would just stand in front of school just waiting for mom to pick her up. While mom waits at the bus station for child to arrive. I know that happened to me in elementary school. I was like in 3rd grade. And me and my friends, we decided that, hey, you know what? Instead of taking the bus, we should just walk home. The problem is that the walk home would have been 30 minutes over the highway. But you know, children, 3rd grade, they were just like, hey, let's do that. And you know, that's like 1990, blah, blah, blah. So no like phones whatsoever. No other parents taking responsibility or so, you know, like, why would they? Luckily, mom found us before we entered the highway to start walking over it. I think it was like because the bus didn't come for some reason. And we were like, yeah, we should just walk. Instead of asking like any trusted adult to maybe do a call, you know? I was like, maybe we should just walk. So +1 for technology, Chad. I just go to a friend's house. Nah, honestly, if like my child would have just waited there stubbornly now until mom arrives. Because she knows mom would never let her down, which is correct. So even if she would have to wait another 30 minutes before it comes to a realization, she was just stood there and waited. Full trust. I guess it's a good thing on the one hand. But also kids nowadays have like 0 survival instincts, so they can't compare them to us. But we also needed survival instincts, so they at least don't need it. Which is a good thing, to one degree. Why does it have to be this boss? From all the bosses it could have been, right? Why this guy? This guy's probably like single-handedly the worst thinking we could face here. God, no, don't stop. Stop hunting me. This is going better than I would have, like, expected. But as I said, see, like, we can do this here now roughly in 7 minutes without my strongest aspect missing. So I'm going to take it back. I guess Torment 12 without the DLC is actually possible. In case you play something very powerful. Dude, he just 165 billion damage because he was in the, like, he was frozen and then he died. These iPad babies are so soft. No, actually the children nowadays are not soft. They just don't require survival as much as we did. I mean, you had to learn common sense early. You had to learn to read your parents' mood early and those kind of things, right? You had to learn how to understand how the room temperature is right now to not, like, flip someone off that shouldn't be flipped off. These are all things that you required for normal survival in a family environment. Depending on your family. Right? Where's the boss? The boss just vanished. Donde está la boss? Oh, he's all the way back here. Wait. Reggie, there's no planner to follow yet, but I'll be making one, don't worry. Yes! Die! Okay, we did it, ladies and gentlemen. Torment 11 unlocked. I'm pretty happy about that. And still not my main aspect, which is still frustrating as fuck. But the actual challenge we haven't done yet.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails.
Okay. But only possible with powerful builds. I mean, yeah, Jacob. You're pretty much playing with, like, your legs coated in cement, right? So yes, this is only possible with powerful builds, but yeah, I mean, no shit, Sherlock, right? Who would have guessed that if you're playing severely handicapped, you would actually need a powerful build to make up for your severe handicap? So absolutely not possible just for the shits and giggles when you think like, hey, let's play like this very weird ass Andy like build that is using, I don't know, the worst skills in the game available. Okay, this damage was so much more. Dude, Chad, like we absolutely trounced her. Try to get our here thingy reset. Oh goodness. See, like this I gotta pay so hardcore attention to not getting ricked by that. The thing is, if we get her frozen right in that phase, I think she just instantly dies. Alright, we just need to get her frozen. I just need a little bit more CC. Or resource, one of the two, right? And when she's frozen, the actual damage you're just pumping into her is insane. How are we going to do that now, John? I'm going to stand right inside of her. As deep as humanly possible. Oh, wait, you cut off there. What the fuck did you cut off there? I mean, seriously, she just cut off the wrong part of the map. Jesus, Lilith. That made no sense what you did. Oh, wait. Child. Okay, child has returned. At least the school made a mistake too. So it's not like child's fault 90%. It's 50% child, 50% school. Because the school forget to mark her as a bus child and still has her as a get picked up child, right? So now full blame on the school. Because personal responsibility is overrated anyways. I mean, we don't take responsibility, right? We just blame. Like, phase 1's super easy. Even without the like, can you imagine how easy this would be with the ferocious aspect? Moms, they have people watching the school buses, but like your child has to be marked as school child to be let out at the point where the bus is coming, right? Because if they're marked then as pickup child, then they're gonna keep them like the bus children go 10 minutes early to get the bus. She's cutting a weird off part again. This is like the problem with Lilith, because if you do too much damage to her, she just changes her pattern. I'm just trying to freeze her, chat. I don't want to watch. I wonder if I could add on one weapon like a lucky hit chance to freeze to just get like a little bit bonus CC in instead of the crit. If that would make a meaningful difference in how quick we get her CC'd. Right? Because that could make like all the difference for this fight. Because like damage wise, we're absolutely trouncing her when she's frozen. Even before she's frozen, to be honest. So like frozen and then ba 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 ba. Like instead of like here going for crit chance 3.1 or crit chance 2.6, you could just go for a lucky hit chance to freeze and then you're fine. Okay, where are you flying this time? No, why did that kill me? I wasn't inside the thingy. I wasn't getting hit by these thingies. That should have not killed me. That was rude. Try Nameless Helmet. I mean, we could try a different helmet than Godslayer Crown because Godslayer Crown does nothing here. So you mean Cowl of the Nameless for this fight because it improves your... I don't think I have a cowl right now, correct? We could definitely try to get a different helmet. That is completely true. Do I have like a... I have one more key. So we could do Torment 8, quickly Belial. And then get ourselves the Butcher loot. And see if that is... But Cowl doesn't give any... Like, what other helmet could we do, Chan? I mean, Nameless was... Nameless could work, technically. Yeah. I mean, from all the things that we could do, Cowl seems reasonable. Nirmatuk doesn't do anything. I mean, Crown of Lucian we can't use. Normal helmet with the normal aspect could work. Yeah, RRC, because it applies the imbuement again. So it's not a crazy idea, honestly. But I think you're onto something there. It's valid feedback. No, honestly, I didn't even consider the fact that we might just have to think a bit outside of the box. Okay, wow. No lucky hit. The worst part when you're not lucky hitting. Okay. So, Labucha, ladies and gentlemen. Bucha. Helmet. Ferocious aspect. Ferocious aspect. Still not. Very bad. Okay, so what does the Cowl of the Nameless do? The Cowl of the Nameless says, it has... imbued skills have a 40% chance to trigger a large explosion, dealing 75% of the damage dealt. Okay? And applying the imbuement again. So you would kind of like frost shock them another time.
What stars guide you?
Could work. As chat says, it's like literally bonus deebs just because. Might as well to hit this max roll because it's only 25 per roll, right? I'm surprised how many scrolls I have. I have 127 scrolls. Oh, come on now. Give it to me. Give it to me. Bro. Do I look like rich to you? I'm like some cheesy solo cell phone player. Jesus. You didn't want to give it to me, Chan.
Return soon. More there than I thought.
Imbuement skills. And then we can re-roll the poison resistance into maximum life.
There is power in these stones.
Can't make better emeralds. I could make a better here. I can make a better diamond, Chan. Can I make a better sapphire? No. Okay, back to Lilith now. Oh no, actually not back to Lilith. We wanted to change the temper to. I'm gonna go with a lucky chance for freeze more. All right, we're gonna be a bit extra here. So temper, and then you go for weapon here, a 5% chance to freeze on top of the actual freezing, right? It needs to be at least 6er. I don't want anything below 6%.
I'll keep my 4 choices.
And it's a very low percentage chance, but since we're spamming so hard, it should technically apply. And since it's a separate freeze, because the thing is that all instances of freeze count separate. So you're hitting the enemy, and then it's like, do I freeze with the cold imbuement? Okay, stagger. Because, right, you would freeze. But then it's also like, hey, lucky hit chance to freeze. Do I freeze with that lucky hit chance? And then it applies like the freeze from the cold imbuement. It would also apply the freeze from the stagger on top. From the freeze from the temper on top. And that creates even more stagger. Kind of. I'd say the bonus stagger is working because we actually have her staggered right now before we even get to the end game here. You can say what you want, but that stagger actually worked. Easy. Problem is, I'm missing currently my energy per second that I had on the helmet before, right? And that's actually feelable. So because the Godslayer crown has like, no, the Godslayer crown didn't have energy per second. And I wonder where my thing is going. I mean, it's not like the stagger was a problem in the first fight. So but the damage is also more, I reckon. Not sure how often these explosions are happening. Oh shit, it's gonna be harsh to get that cooldown. Faster. Faster, get it. I I tried to step out of it, but you get to literally teleport out of it. You know what we're gonna do? Okay, I'm gonna waste some resource for this, chat, but it's a plan. Bear with me. We're try-harding now. You're going to take the boots, and we're gonna mobility temper until we actually hit the real mobility temper, you know? Oh, come on now. Give me that. I know you're ancestral. You can hit that. Come on! Do it! Do it! This is so painful when you're working on limited resources, right? Thank you. Now, I only hit the 42% movement speed instead of the 38, but still, this makes me like the margin faster I would need to just step out of this, right? It's such a little thing, but you've noticed I just struggled to just get out of this by a fraction. Oh, this is like so fantastic when they're frozen and you just can't get the shots to lucky hit. Took me so long to figure this one out, by the way, that you just have to be in the middle. I didn't see it. I blinded. Oh! So the question right now is, should I just spend my time banging my head against Lilith, or should I spend my time trying to get the ferocious ass banged? You have a build guide for this yet? No, we don't have a build guide for this yet, especially since this is the version that hasn't gotten any DLCs, and I assume that you at least have one DLC, right? I severely hope that you have one DLC, sir. You're not out there wilding without a single one. We almost one-faced her. The biggest problem with the aspect, my friend, is that, as I said, we might spend another 10 hours trying to get it and actually never get it. That's the sad reality about this, right? As much as I want you to the aspect, it might not be happening. Well, I was out. I was out. What is your problem, Lilith? I wasn't even inside. Every time you do this in tier 10, you only do this boss when you're heavily overpowered, my friend. Like when I say heavily overpowered, I mean like so overpowered that she just keels over when you just look at her. Right? Otherwise, you're not even attempting to fight her. Oh, nice. One face. Let's go. Actually worked, chat. Actually worked. Damn. If I stand here, I should be safe from both bibbity boobing me. She put it to my left side. That's on me. That's on me, Chan. So we one-phased her. That's actually amazing. One-shot mechanics screw you every time. See, that's why you just gotta kill her so fast that she doesn't even do a single of these mechanics. You know? That's the whole trick to it. Kill her so fast. Uh-oh. I think we're gonna have a weird Lilith on our hands right now. Mm-hmm. Yep. So, like, this happens when you get her, like, to a weird amount of HP and don't go over one specific breakpoint. So she just does things that she usually would never do. But since you didn't bring her over a specific breakpoint, she's just literally broken. Yep. Is there a better build for higher pits on Rogue than Roa? I mean, you can do the penetrating shot builds, Kitty. They are poison and cold. They both work also for pits. I'm not sure if they're better than Rain of Arrows, to be honest. Like, it's hard to say because Rain of Arrows is really heavy pinnacle, super awesomeness, right? Against Lilith, we're really like feeling our lucky hit chance occasionally just be not lucky enough. Best way of saying this. See, now she's summoned her enforcers, so she's actually working correctly. And she's not buggeroonied. And then she's going to slam down. And then she's obviously going to do it again. Actually, she's going to do another... Oh, I didn't expect you to summon another 3. Okay. Semi-weird, Lilith. Is the bossing? Yeah, Rogue just doesn't feel good for bossing with Rain of Arrows. That's true, Katie. I did do bossing mostly with my Warlock. Either the Sentinel build or the... yeah, either the Sentinel or going for the Apocalypse. So even if I preemptively run out of that, I'm still very close to just dying. Well, I just was out of this again, Lilith. We had her frozen, chat. This would have been the end game. I mean, our life is at 3-5. We get the life here. We have the life on everything. So that is working the way it should. Kitty, the Sentinel should probably work better than the Apocalypse. Let's just be in demon form, kill things. If you want it super simple, just play the Blazing Scream one. That one is probably even simpler. I think that one phase achievement we're not going to get another time, huh? Uh-oh. Weird little thing coming again, chat. Mm-hmm. Oh, we beat Weird Lilith. Finally. Mine is great, Barak. We get like 10 to 15 ping. Yeah, like if I had T-Bolt's Will right now, that would be insanely good. See what we got out of this in time, even before time, right? Oh my goodness. In that moment where we have her. We just need one more hit to get her frozen shot. Then it's just over. Just give me my ferocious aspect. The thing is, I can't really do much more with resource generation. So the easiest thing would just be getting skill ranks in the So like here right now, we're not doing anything, right? Because we're waiting to actually do a single lucky hit to just get our resource back. But since we didn't get the lucky hit, like the resource wasn't coming back and we're just like feeling really weird about it. The problem is you can't really reduce resource cost because you need your penetrating shot to cost something. Since if your penetrating shot doesn't cost something, he's not resetting your shadow clone fast enough, right? So you kind of rely on like the lucky hit, and the lucky hit. And then we get like here energy, we get energy per second, we get energy per second. And technically, if I wanted to be like super try hard, we could obviously try to like roll energy per second here on this item, right? Because I know that we have the chance to get energy here, energy regeneration. We could try to get that one, lower our life a bit. Thing is that our energy regeneration is boosted, so we're getting more than ever. Which is also like a big part of the build, that you're just having like a very high energy regeneration, that in case we wouldn't have our thing popping, that we could just get it back really quick. See, now with that little bit energy regeneration more, we almost one-faced her again. Easy. It's like a little thing, but it just goes like so far up because every energy regeneration here, see, we have like we have 39 base, but once I start shooting, that 39 base goes actually up to oh, great. Behavioral pattern change again. See, I am out. Why am I dying? I'm not inside your thingy. Make it make sense. I'm not even inside your thingy. Which makes me think I need to temper now my maximum life everywhere until it hits like the full. Right? So we can get this done and survive this. Because technically I can hit the maximum life here to 3,000, there to 3,000, right? And that's going to be a big change. But the problem is actually hitting that maximum life. Right? I mean, I have it here as a greater affix, so now I just have to waste my millions until I finally... See, that's 3,000, at least on one. Then this one was a... Then we need to keep tempering on this one here. So that one hits the 3,000 as well. But he really didn't want to. Oh, this is such a scam. That's the 3,000. Then we're going to move the imbuement ranks over. I'm probably going to be broken before I have the imbuement ranks moved over. No. There. Now we're sitting at a bit more max life. We get double max life here in this one as well, right? Here's the max life too. It's the most I can promisingly do. Dooley Dranger, I haven't actually played the Cage of Madness in a while. I wonder what kind of elemental damage was Lilith? Was it Shadow? Because technically we could then put in Shadow resistance thingies. But I think I remember trying that back in like season 6 or so, and like she didn't really have like a damage type, so it was like weird, and you couldn't like super defend herself against her. Come on, you were dead. Like, is she shadow damage? Or what is she? Because technically we could obviously boost our shadow resistance to Mars. Well, like my temerity is not doing the heavy lifting I expect my temerity to do. Yeah, we get her like multiple times now before she actually went into the overdrive phase, so that's kind of cool, I gotta say. Well, we haven't crafted any amethyst yet, so I guess we could just put our diamonds out, put like an amethyst in and a skull and see if it works. What do we have to lose? I mean, it's only like, we're like, again, we're one ferocious aspect away from just winning. But since we don't have it, we gotta go through the painful act of... Thing is, I can actually preemptively drink potions because, My potion drinking gives me barium, right? So that's something I can do. Like, right? If she's about to hit, I can just go sip, and then she doesn't hit. But Jesus, is that a nuisance? Okay, let's make a amethyst. We can make one royal, one flawless. And then we can make a royal skull as well. Just say, hey, what if we're just juicing one direction?
Stars guide you.
Okay. I guess if we had T-Balt's will, we were probably also just able to kill her like way easier. Wow, she just took such a big damage hit there. That's a nice one. I mean, once we get her frozen, technically she's left with like 10 HP. The only thing we just have to freeze her, kill her, and then we have to avoid maybe one or two of the shadow blips, but that should be possible. Right? Oh, wow. I didn't even see the border. We didn't even see the border. Is this the non-add-on Project Rogue? Yes, the non-add-on Project Rogue made it to Torment 11. And he could actually make Torment 12 if I would have the... like, if I would grind it out. So I take everything back. Torment 12 is actually possible if you play some of the best builds. But only if you play some of the best builds. Not with some, like, hillbilly, hobo, nobo... mid-action, maybe baby shenanigans. Like for the good shit. Find enduring faith? Yeah, we all know that that's not going to happen anytime soon. Gotta look out that I'm not accidentally spamming my potion button too much. She hits me once, she hits me twice, right? Then she does that. Ah, my goodness. Goodness me, I did it too early. Because so we literally just need to drink a potion that my globe fills up like fully with like potion thingies. Now I have the secret solution, chat. We'll just reroll potion capacity on my pens. One and done. They'll never see it coming. What are they going to do when the potion capacity comes for them, huh? Exactly. Tug and roll. First phase we have like in the back, obviously, but that's not the hard part. Let's be real. It's like here, roll away the armor and put potion capacity in there. Okay, are you ready? survived. He's just gonna try to be annoying. Okay. No shit, like we like I was like we're gonna stun her and avoid the thingies due to that, but we won't because we kind of didn't. We are not doing enough stun, Chan. But it was like need that much more stun. I need a trick to stun her easier. Question would be if I could stun her with like the shadow stab with the shadow stab more than with the dash, right? Could that be a thing, Chan? Does the shadow stab incapacitate more than the other? So the little things. Just pop Caltrops, Chan. Pop Caltrops. Ignore dash. Put Caltrops in. Be good about it. Instant freeze. I wonder if we could do that for this fight. Like, ignore the conceal in terms of the... because we're using the conceal for fortify, right? But I don't think we actually do need the fortify much in this. Probably get away without it. Or we just need a bit more stagger. Oh goodness, am I just incapable of just walking through that? Nah, I'm just terrible right there. Okay, so this one Caltrops, we get duration, size. And they would... Okay. Random Caltrops in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, it worked, I reckon. Oh shit! I forget that I don't have a dash now anymore. I tried to dash, but I don't have it. See if that's going to bite us in the butt in the final fight. Frostburn stagger's good. I mean, I do need the aspect of my gloves. I don't need the aspect on my ring, technically. So I'm not saying no. Oh, like that last one, really? That just kills me. Okay, we did more stagger with the Caltrops, but we just need the good old here dash thingy. It's a fun idea, but we need it. The only thing you could try out is like going for here. This gives you fortify, right? And then you just go for calculation, more crit after concealment, and it gives you stacks of overpower, right? That's not bad.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Technically. Oh, now I don't have dash at all. Now that increases your crit chance even more, and more crit chance is more damage, and more damage is good. So almost with that crit chance, we destroyed it harder. We already have the amethyst, yes. I mean, end of the day, we might come to the conclusion that we need the ferocious aspect. I mean, we know that already, but it's just like, I would like to beat her without, because it would just show how much growth there's left for the character, if that makes sense to you. I know it sounds weird, and I know it sounds stupid, but it would just feel better to do that. Yeah, I didn't have enough potions. So we got her. This is the lowest we've gotten her with a bonus crit in no time, right? But we're still not getting the second phase staggered. So that's our biggest holdback here right now. I wonder if it would help if I dash through phase 2 Lilith more often to like apply this here like bonus stagger freeze dash thingy, or if that would rather like backfire on us. Phase 1 is so dominant. Let's leave this one here so we get like a bonus healing blip that we can pick up. The thing, what we gotta say is too, if we just have more Paragon points, this would also just go better. Right? Because we could just invest Paragon points in life. Oh, I should have drinking a potion. Yeah, we need more stagger to meaningful do this. The problem is we can't really get Frostburn right now because it's a lucky thingy to get, right? Destroy them all. Down to 22 million gold. We're pretty poor now. Well, I guess there's nothing left to do but grind out your aspect, right? Which is now a question of just how many hours would you want to invest for that? How many hours would you want to invest for one aspect? Or you pretty much don't have the tools to get the aspect meaningful. We could stun her in this phase. I thought you cannot never stun her in that. Like she's usually unstunnable, right? I'm surprised. Could we swap a Paragon board for Lilith? That's the question. Like, could you put like, I don't know, a different one on? I need to drink 2 potions for that. With 4 potions, I pretty much end up like with I need to drink 1 potion for her first thingy, then I need to drink a 2nd potion for her other thingy, and then I just end up with like no potions. Then I need to pick up the 2 potions that she spawns when she hits me, but that's actually not enough, so I somehow need like 1 potion in between of all of this. More. I like killing these pinnacle bosses at the start of the season because then later it's only a 1 second fight. I am fully with you there. I think fighting the pinnacle bosses is actually a nice touch, right? I mean, for example, my paladin, who was actually like somewhat weaker than he was in prior season, had like a really epic fight against Mephisto, right? So I could kill him, but I did have to actually fight him. And I think that was cool. Because as you say, often these fights, they just devolve into like, you're dead 1 second later, congratulations. And that just takes like anything out of this fight, like any fun they could have brought. And then when you actually fight them like meaningful is a good thing. At the end of the day, the pinnacle bosses are just a stat check, right? Do you have enough? Oh god, why do I only have 1 potion? Did she not drop potions? Yeah, that's over before it began already. I literally have to rely on my life on hit to give me enough to make me survive. Yeah, I'll accept that I need the ferocious aspect, chat. Like, you know, it's fine for me that I need to accept that to meaningfully close this out. But I'm happy that we've gotten to this point, even Torment 11, without it. Right? Essentially, our biggest damage scaler is missing. Oh, come on. She was like 1 shot away from getting staggered. Boo. I walked out and walked in again. You're gonna avoid that one-shot attack. Well, you can avoid that one-shot attack by just having barrier and a continuous barrier. So my biggest problem right now, probably against her, is that in the time where I have to avoid her one-shot, I am not rebuilding new barrier because I'm not hitting her, right? So if I was now having the Druid's Bulwark, that would just like build up passively on the side, then I would actually have a barrier, right? I wouldn't be struggling for a barrier. It would just be there. Oh, wow. Not a single lucky hit inside. Jesus Christus. Okay, let me try hard my potions now, chat. I'll try to not use a single potion in the first encounter to really end up with 4 potions in the second encounter that I can then drink them. So like she makes the first bubble. I pretty much go for the like first bubble, no potion. Second bubble, no potion. Then we're gonna go into the third area. Like no potion. And she does that. I'm gonna go out, potion. Then we're gonna rely on our lucky hit to help us here. Mm-hmm. Come on! Thing is, I've trained this, Chan. This avoiding of the blibs. Don't want to know how often I've trained this. I've gotten hit by the blib in the end. I told you I've trained this a lot. Isn't it fair to say that during all this time you could level up 10 to 15 levels to beat her easily? Trying in the time we have tried her right now, we have leveled up maybe 5 Paragon points. And those 5 Paragon points would have probably done nothing for this fight. So no, like those 10 levels are not going to make the big difference. I would probably have to get another 25 to 30 Paragon points to make a meaningful difference in how the fight goes from a Paragon point perspective. Now, obviously, in the whole time where we have fought her, I could have also farmed to get the Ferocious aspect. But as we said earlier, the guarantee that I get the Ferocious aspect in an hour of farm is not there. I mean, it's not like that I have pretty much just been trying to get the Ferocious aspect all day long. I've done nothing else. I've been wholesale just trying to get that one aspect for the day. That's what I've been trying to do. Right? My single purpose today, pretty much to pick that shit up, and yet here we are. I want to have it, which is like the issue with like aspects like this. Again, like you might spend your whole day trying to get it. Like I have gambled away like 15,000 obols. I have done so many like dudes and whatsoever, and I've yet not gotten it. Oh no! I need one good try. One good try, chat. I'm willing to go for one more good try. Where we exceed like the cutting phase and get her. I think it's like it's cutting phase and then we get our stun. We sadly don't get our stun beforehand. It doesn't matter what we do. Wonder if we should just exchange the helmet for like one with an aspect that just does bonus damage, right? Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Ever you could do it. Oh, that I can do it is not the question, but it's obviously like how long would it take? Oh, great. Did you see that spinning? That happens every now and then. Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you tap and your character just does this. Happens with a barbarian very often. Barbarian player knows what I'm talking about. You pretty much get stuck for a second. Wasn't so amusing there. Original, honestly, if I was playing on DLC, it would be so easy to get that aspect. Oh, Jesus. If I was playing on DLC, it would be so easy to get that aspect. Because what you're going to do is, you're going to go to the oboe gambling. You're going to roll swords. Okay? You're going to roll like 40 swords. And if not a single sword of that is the aspect, then you're going to upgrade swords to legendary. Like, honestly, with their Horadric cube, you will never not have an aspect. If you're willing then to go through the steps to get it. I mean swords now just for my aspect right now. The thing is, you're looking for an aspect that is rather complicated, but you also, like, again, you have to roll for rings, right, in your case. And then you also have to upgrade rings to legendary and upgrade to legendary and upgrade to legendary, right? Come on. More lucky hit. Oh, goodness Christus. Dankeschön. Dankeschön. I think it makes the survivability better. No, not really. I mean, if I was leveling up right now, all my points would go into... would go into but more damage. I take one potion or I die. Second potion or we die. Third potion. Leave me exactly with 2 potions left. It was actually a good thingy. Oh, we could break this now if I manage to stun her. We didn't manage to stun her. Okay, this is bad because the thingy is here right next to me. Which means it's going to spew out like the one-hit thingy when I'm right next to it. Come on! No! I just wanted to finish her before she cuts it off, right? We actually killed her with the last shot. Did you see? We actually killed her. She was about to die. We have it figured out now, chat. We have it down to a science. Only advantage of trading, by the way. Yes. So getting the ferocious aspect, you're completely right about that. If I was trading, like, the ferocious aspect would obviously be mine. So if we had done the challenge now in normal, I could have just made sure that we get it done. But that would kind of defeat the purpose of everything we have done, right? I got greedy there in the end, chat. I wanted to just one-hit her to make sure that it's just over with, right? And she wouldn't go into the final phase. Mistakes were made. But it feels good to make it actually this far. Okay, full focus. Oh, shit me not. You should have never gone there. Dude, that was bullshit. She should have clearly gone to the top left. I got robbed. I got robbed there. The last second pattern change. Why did she change her pattern in that case? Because we actually bumped her over her threshold of damage there. So we got her pretty much like over the first third marker, and that triggers her to change the position. I know, weird, but it is what it is. She then decides that she would rather go the other side, but it just also meant that we like did more damage than ever, which is kind of cool, right? If she stays like in her first third, she goes top left. If you break it, she goes below. Thing is that I was jumping to the top left to like have like instant access to her when she goes top left, but if I then actually have access to her and break her too quick, right, then that's a problem. Least damage we've dealt in a while. But also, if you actually do it like we did here right now. Oh, really? Really? You boot me into that one? Really? Really? Is now everything going wrong currently? Chad. So if you don't break her quick enough, she actually does the shadow summon phase, where she then has her shadow clone follow her, which gives you enough time to technically push her over and get her almost stunned enough. Now, we've never had her this low. And just, oh goodness, she's gonna be weird. Unless we just kill her now. Yep, okay. Ooh, she would have been weird. We didn't get that done. Okay. Oh, no. I didn't think you'd see that coming. That was bad. Diablo for myself for the first time without expansion to Torment 8 Necro. Well, Necro Torment 8 is absolutely possible, right? Even higher than Torment 8. The problem is that Necro has less than stellar defense. So, main reason why we didn't do the challenge on Necromancer. Problem is that you have no way of natively producing any kind of barrier. Life on hit also doesn't really work for you. I'm not sure if actually life on hit would work with your minions very well. Haven't tried that out in a while. So temerity could work, but then again, you don't want temerity to work because you do need the pants from Astaroth already for your damage, the Blood Moon Breaches, right? Oh, great. This is going to be awkward. We kind of like the Blood Moon Breaches, so... want your path? Don't get me wrong, you have a lot of cool damage reduction things that you can technically do, right? But none of them is like really worth it. Uh-oh. Weird ass behavior, lady. You see how we get stuck there again on that thingy? That was clutch because I lost my rhythm. If I get her stunned now. Come on. Give me something to work with. Oh no, she went weird. She went weird. Yeah. She went so weird because she stopped cutting off. She started summoning blibs. Oh, Jesus Christ. Pattern change. All of this to say, we could have spent the last 2 hours trying to get the aspect to then instantly kill her. But all of this to say that I'm just having way more fun doing this here right now. I know it seems weird, and I'm sorry for the people who are annoyed by this, but I just really like the challenge this provides me with currently. So what I did is I stood here right now, that when I dash towards the middle, that we're better off. See, well, why that now? Explain. I don't have the potion then to eat that one, right? If I don't get this. She wasn't even broken and she still went to the bottom. Come on, Lilith. Behave normal. So one good try. One good try. Left. She jumps in the middle. I go in the middle. She gets stunned. She dies. Good. Get that. Still wonder if we could change anything else. I mean, we could kick Azeroth out, technically, because she gets frozen, but she doesn't really always take that damage booster when she gets frozen. So you could put Azeroth out for an aspect that actually does damage all the time. The same as you could, like, put Frozen Memories out, because Frozen Memories also only works when she gets frozen, right? And to the time where she is not frozen, it doesn't give you, like, the meaningful damage increase you'd be looking for. No, I took the potion this time. I really saved them all up just to be ready for this moment. Ah, greedy pony. I had it. I was ready to, like, drink it. What's gonna happen is we're gonna use her blood orbs that she makes for bonus lucky hit chance, right? I wonder how you're actually stacking this one up. Like, the take increased damage from her blood orbs, right? This one. How are you stacking that one up? I actually never paid attention to this. Because sometimes you have like 3 stacks, right? And sometimes you have 1 stack. But how are you even stacking that one up? Is it for every hit she does? See, like, now I have 0 stacks of this one. And last time I started the fight with 3 stacks. So how are you even stacking that one up? Did she put that right? I dashed to avoid it, and she put it right on me. Send help, chat. Send help. Send a doctor, an ambulance, anything. I'm gonna have to pay attention to when we're actually getting this thing. See, like, now she hit me with her arms, and we get like 3 of these stacks build up, right? So is it when we, like, take any damage from her, does that mean we just don't have to, like, we have to avoid any damage that she could potentially deal to us? Right? I'll stay all the way up here. This is my position now, chat. Okay. Aha. 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 No! I had the last step. I was so good. I was doing it perfect, chat. Dodging like a bee, dashing like a butterfly. The whole picture. Three hours left in your shift. Gives me ample time to beat this, boss. That gives me ample time. Boom. My favorite part when we actually can one-shot her, right? Okay, we're back up here again. I feel like if I force her to put the bubble here, does she go low? Because this is how it has felt. Like, if we stand here, she's always gone low. So can we actually force her behavior like that? It shouldn't be, but it seems to. No, I forget it. I forget that. Okay, so if we... Knowing this, can we force, like, we can force her to the top right, which makes things a bit easier for me. Knowing this. I like... It might have been just a random coincidence, but let's see if we can actually force her in a specific corner we want her to be in. You built the last Warlock. It was amazing. Well, thank you. I'm happy to hear that. The Rogue is amazing as well. I mean, it's playing without DLC. Okay, that means we have to stand, like, bottom to shoot her. Then we dash over what she does in this direction and get away alive. Okay? No, she should go here. No, she doesn't. Okay, make it make sense. Sir! Ma'am! I drank my potion. Robbery. I'm gonna run out of money to repair my gear. That's for sure. I refuse further upgrades. If you challenge yourself to be a paladin, can I ask yourself to make a guide on shield charge build? No, I don't like the shield charge build, sir. I'm sorry, but the shield charge build is just no fun to play. I absolutely abhor the game style, so this is gonna be a no for me. Like, I gotta like builds to make them, right? It's just, I wouldn't just play something just for the sake of playing it. Right, I actually like this penetrating shot build, right? That's why we're doing it. Okay, so it just turned out that no matter what we do, Lilith goes wherever she pleases. You're not allowed to stun her there, because if you stun her right there, it kind of like breaks everything and makes everything play. Ooh, no, shit. I was about to drink a potion and get out of that one. Fuck. This would have been the perfect try because she was so damn low, right? She was so damn low. And we could have like potentially killed her in that one stagger. I'm sure one of the best tries in terms of just like early damage output that we've done. Oh, she might break? No, she didn't break. Okay, that's good. We're not getting weird Lilith. We're just getting Lilith. Come on, chat. Come on, everyone. So, for some reason, when we're up here, we're doing most damage. I don't know if it's because I can just coordinate better from here, right? Or we can blast. We need to use our thingy for more crit, but we also get 4 stacks of overpower, in case you didn't know that. Super useful. Unlash. Let me do that. No! Oh, goodness, I forgot that you used that one. Only pain. Would it be practical if you could skip the first phase to just go into the second phase to train that more? Stuck getting your windshield replacement. No worries, Meligers. I got you covered for how long ever it takes. Did you know that there's someone who beat Lilith completely naked, Chad? There's a video on it on YouTube. Completely naked. He just perfectly learned all of her attacks, everything. I'm not sure how he avoided the one-shots. Maybe there was a patch where the one-shot wasn't always hitting, right? The Melania Blade of Michaela. That's at least a reasonable challenge, my friend. While Lilith falls under the unreasonable thingy. No, no, why did I? Oh my goodness. You're just so greedy because you want to like get every piece of bonus DPS in you can. And I was like, I should stand all the way on the corner. Then I think we're standing good. If you stand all the way on the corner, you have like the biggest amount of time to just go for some bonus DPS there. Because you just need like 1-2 more shots pretty much that you can unlash, right? Not by more, just 1-2 more shots. Playing the Reign of Errors build and you're having a blast, as you should. Oh, come on now. Get her. Reign of Errors is pristine. Full damage Zutin chat. As soon as it starts, you pretty much need maximum DPS. But not only... No! What? Why did that kill me? That should have not killed me. I hate the part of the mouse breaking off. You pretty much have to wait at the edge until the... until she pulls her line. And then when the outside black goo is going away, then you can pretty much run on top of it. It's a tight timing because you obviously also have to look out that her stupid balls of death and doom don't tickle you. But at least the breaking off part has somewhat a consistency to it that you can get used to. Where a lot of her patterns, right, are just weird ass and broken. She always goes to the, like, what was it? Top right, yeah, bottom first, then top right, and then usually top left, or top left, bottom, top right. No, top left, top right, bottom. Yeah. So like always the same, super easy. Yeah. No, I drank the potion to have the barrier and she still cuts it. Look at, by the way, she also stood there and cut it from there. You absolute twat when you just change everything. Oh, in order to melt bosses, you really need to freeze them with Rain of Arrows, right? Rain of Arrows, freeze them, then have the Azeroth trigger, then go crazy. That's like the whole secret to it. I mean, it's all in the Azeroth, to be honest. Like, as soon as they're frozen, they're just going boom, kabloomy. And my biggest problem is that the Azeroth often just doesn't trigger on bosses. That's what we said before. Like, it might be better if we just decide to actually ditch the Azeroth, right? And just add, like, a weapon with a different aspect. The problem is that I just don't have another good weapon just lying around that I could use for this. And then again, you never know when your Azeroth finally decides to actually trigger and just go absolutely bonkers. Right? Yes, stand like right below her. That last one had me. I got bored of my whirlwind, made it to pit 137 with Selig, and wanted to try something new. I mean, yeah, but like, how do I say this now? Barbarian will not excite you after a while. You just get to a point where it's just like, yay, Barbarian. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's great to be at that point. I enjoy zooming around with my barb, but it just becomes like this zero friction, right? Zero friction, zero challenge, zero anything, just barb. Like we often like to say in gaming, there should never be too much friction, because too much friction is also bad. But there should also be no friction, because if there's no friction, then why are you even trying? Right? Well, what hardship are you trying to overcome? If there is no hardship, then what? Wow, this was the slowest we've had so far. Yeah. When a bounce shot freezes, Azeroth doesn't trigger. Yep. Like the Azeroth follows very weird rules of engagement. Oh, great. She's never been to the right side in like how many fights now, Chan? See, now the bloomies are gone. It just spawned right in my face. It spawned right in my face. That was so mean. We played so well. What could we have done different there? Just for the benchmark process? Probably stood like more to the left, because the left gives me at least like a millisecond longer to react, right? Might only be a millisecond longer, but to have or not to have, Mr. Millisecond, right? I always wanted to know if this was possible, like when she gets stunned outside, if we could just kill her. See, she got hit by Azeroth now. Did you notice that, chat? She actually did get hit by it because my real arrow stunned her. Okay. Bullshit. She forgot her flying face. Right? So she did this, and then since she was up already, she just didn't do her flying face. Because she actually needs to fly another time before she cuts off. Also, Melogurst, I think Blizzard would find rhyme and reason to nerf things even without all the build guides. You know? I mean, that Blizzard is like really bad at balancing their game. You can't put that on the shoulder of people just making build guides about builds, right? It's not our fault that Blizzard is just not good at balancing shit. The problem is that Blizzard literally doesn't expect you to think. Like Blizzard is actively telling you that you're dumb because they don't believe that you will figure out different builds if they don't nerf and buff things. Right? And that's what Blizzard generally seems to believe. Because otherwise, they would let just the strong things be strong and make the weak things stronger, so you have a choice. But you're essentially not being left a choice every single season. Oh my lord. She pushed me in there, chat. She pushed me in there. I'll go farm upgrade Benaris. Well, things, the Benaris, I only have one upgrade left on this character. Plus minus just a bit of leveling and better items. But I only have one upgrade left due to the way how it is. So we're here for the shits and giggles to do it exactly like we are. Because this is just like the way how I want to do it. I totally agree with you. Like, usually if this was now any kind of normal day, I would just go and just farm for a bit longer and just get the upgrades and be done with it. But it's not a normal day. Special day. Or we're just stubborn. Also, we already got her down to 1% HP, so we know we got it. Right? We had her down to 1%. We know we got it. Okay, locking and lucky. I mean, it's literally the Elden Ring thing. You actually have to get a good try as well, where she doesn't accidentally break or get pushed over a certain point where she just behaves weird. See, now she behaved normal. That was her most normal behavior in quite a while. Oh, wow. Because we didn't stun her, she didn't, she did that. Mm-hmm. Playing Diablo but Elden Ring mode.
See some steel you need.
Upgrade. Jump in. Finisher. Let's do a one phase here. One phase down to lucky hit chance. See, like, this is now where we don't do any damage because we didn't get the lucky hit. Then you can't just keep spamming. Right? You have these weird moments where there's no damage happening. That's what we usually have our concealment for, to like in these moments where we're then out of damage, right? You could be like, hey, concealment, boom. Get 40 energy back. The problem with that is that technically you don't want to do that because you want to keep your concealment for the moment where you, like, you know, you want to use it instantly for the overpower charges. By the way, this was double, that was core, that was vulnerable, and this was elements. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I had the use a subterfuge skill thingy. That one, when she does this, it's game over. I guess you aren't going to stagger with this build. No, we are, Melgers, in case you missed it. In the second phase of the second phase, so after she cuts off the first part of the board, we stagger her. That's the moment where we always stagger her. Now, how will we stagger her even more likely? If we had a SAD, that would allow us to apply staggers. Let me try something different this time. We can actually go here. Then you can stun her. And cut this short. Instead of waiting for like the next phase. It's a bit greedy because I might get killed by the second part of the wave. But I think the second part of the wave can't actually kill you. And it's just like one shot that we need every single time. Well, something we've come up with. That was terrible damage, Chad. Tell you, if we don't get her like fast enough killed and she does that, she has me every time. Okay, how do we avoid that? Because we pretty much have to break her before so she doesn't go for the middle phase, but she also in the middle phase doesn't always do that. So I'm not sure which like over point we have to hit so she doesn't do that in the middle phase, right? There's a certain like damage raise we have to win to avoid her from doing that. I haven't figured that part out yet. With a 100% certainty. I know there is something. I'm not sure what exactly there is. Oh, we didn't kill her? Only because I was too lazy to summon my shadow clone? Okay. I was like, you know, I'm not going to use all my cooldowns for this one right now. And she was like, well, if you're not going to do that, then we're going to make, like, really trouble for you. So, I need... That was good damage. So now she for real went. As I told you, I went in the corner so that I can now go around. Okay, that was really lucky. It didn't get had there. What? That would just spawn inside of me. That was bullshit. This would have been the perfect try. I'm so mad right now. Sitting, get to see there. You haven't played since season 2? Well, it's been a hot jiffy, my friend. But it's really a good time to return. I mean, season 14 is definitely an interesting season to return to. Okay, let's see if we can cut it short again. So we're going to fill up her stagger bar fully, right? We're going to kill these dudes. We're going to avoid the... I want to say we're going to avoid the first blip to then, on the second blip, kill, like, stun her. Okay. Do that. This is the most damage, by the way, we had done ever in a second phase at that point. So I think it's just a simple damage raise question when it comes down to she does the second bibbity bob I don't want her to do, or if she doesn't do it. Good one. Melgers, thank you for the $4.99. I am enjoying myself, Melgers, so don't worry. I'm not hating myself. I'm not beating my head against the keyboard. I'm not like... No, I'm actually having fun. Despite this absolutely trying to murk me. Okay, this was good. Took a bit of a damage there, but that's fine. I think she... No, what the fuck? She went weird again. I was like... Oh, that was bullshit. She was supposed to fly over to the left to cut it off and not to just normally attack me. Meanie! I was so ready for your behavior, but she just didn't do what she was supposed to do. She can't keep getting away with that, Chan. She can't keep getting away with that. She's doing things she's not supposed to do. Just so close, it hurts. Right? I think what we're going to try is this one here. So what we're going to try is we're going to send a lot of shots before she's even active. Right? To have her like, you know, 1, 2. 1, 2. And then instantly trigger the concealment for bonus damage. You see, we do this. As soon as she's active, we have like already the damage pumping. This was fire. What? I was perfect in my pathing. My tiny hitbox should have never been hitboxed. I want a VAR check, or whatever you call it in soccer. But I definitely want some kind of check on that. Boom. That was good. Wait a second, I can actually drink these potions left over to begin with like a bigger shield. Not sure if that's smart. I can literally start with a bigger shield. This is going to break her, I'm pretty sure. Because she's right now already operating at a severe HP loss. Okay. What? There was nothing. There was nothing that booped me there. Nothing. That was harsh. But also well played, honestly. I gotta say, I thought that one time where I was passing by like one of these blibs, it definitely got me. But then I luckily could pass by without being had. Okay, let's try out my theory here. So the theory is that the second wave never kills you. It's only the first wave. So you could do this. And you stand in the first wave, stun her. And then we can finish her off instantly, right? Because the first wave is the one that one hits you. The second wave is the one that just pushes you away. I learned that. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to drink the potion, right? And then we just have like this one up. And we're going to drink the potion again to just be like overhealed. I never thought about that because this has me like stand like very way more secure about my life in general at this point, right? I can eke out like a guaranteed survival. No, that's bullshit because she broke there again. I right away run into that. See, like we got her again broken really, really easily. So that potion trick is really helping me so much in that phase to not struggle on the general, right? It's like the little things that matter when you try to do it the right way. Okay, again, let's try the... Let's get her staggered, right, fully. Kill these dudes here really quick. We avoid this, and then we shoot her. Right, and boom, we got it. Learned something new today. Drink the potion. Drink the potion. So with 34,000 berry instead of not. What a big difference. I drank the potion. I got the shield. You are not supposed to kill me there. I wonder if a double potion drink helps me in that situation. This was just like not a good damage one. You notice how in the like second phase, I was running out of lucky hit, right? I mean, you can't run out of lucky hit, but you know what I mean. But like spamming her and suddenly like there is just no damage coming because you just don't have the lucky hit. I wonder if instead of the conceal, the basic hit would help in this case. Right? We're currently using the conceal as like, because it just works, right? And if the lucky hit is actually working, we don't need the basic attack. But I wonder if we could add the basic attack to this, because the basic attack would allow me to stagger also faster, in case you didn't know this. Oh wait, we could try it. The basic attack. See where that goes. So we're using like forceful arrow. This is like the basic attack. Oh shit, my shield went away. It's not good. Okay, I'm gonna go here. No! We were about to stun her and absolutely obliterate that. Ah, so bad. What build is this? This is a penetrating shot rogue. And we're just doing like unreasonable things, like trying to beat Lilith without having like full, like our full build done, Sexer. But we're also playing without DLC. So we're missing, like, if I had the set, for example, we would have another 400% bonus damage. And you can imagine what would happen to Lilith if we had our set here. And since I'm in Torment 11, I would obviously have my full set already. So in case of the actual full build with everything, we would be just demonizing that. We're going to try to really play this with a basic skill next run. Let's try like one more without, then put the conceal away, and then we're going to try to actually do this with a basic skill. I think it's going to be cool. Why do you do the basic skill? Again, it's just to like weave in. And if you do this one here, this incapitates enemies. So you use the incapitation version where forceful arrow knockback range, right? That was a good start. Mm-hmm. This is the try. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. That is so... Whew. We did it. That took me way too long. Told you, see, one good one. GG. Very happy that worked out. See, now we have tier 8 claim rewards. Bangarang. Feels good, isn't it? Payson. They get the 580 bitty titties. We also get, like, here, we get this one unlocked, right? Because we beat Lilith. No, actually, we get this one probably unlocked here next for beating Lilith too, right? Damn. That just feels very decent. That feels good. Good, chat, but I actually need to run now because we need to organize a lot, and I actually wanted to do a YouTube video, so this was terrible because it stole me all the time that I needed for other stuff. But we finally get it done, and we actually did it, so that is amazing, and I appreciate a lot that you actually hung out with me to go through this. Expect in tonight or tomorrow the video for this. Like, it's going to be in 4 phases from level 1 to the end game. It's going to be partially critique at Blizzard, the fun journey through, a lot of moaning and whining about how bad the game is without the DLC. It's going to be an interesting video, and I hope you're excited for that. It's going to be a different style to what we usually do with our build guides and so on. So stepping out of my comfort zone to give you some other entertainment. So I hope you enjoyed this. You also get the rogue build, so don't worry about that. Love you all. Take care. Have a good one. Thank you for coming, watching, lurking, chatting, and hopefully see you